Hello. My name's Tom Lawless. I'm now the chairman of the Judicial Nominating Commission. Today we will be going through a series of discussions with the various candidates. The commission will be asking questions this afternoon. This is an open meeting. It's open to the public. It's transparent, and it's what the legislature designed for this process to pick your judges, or at least to submit names to the governor for approval and ascendancy to the bar. I'm going to ask the members of the commission today if they will identify themselves and where they practice. It's a little awkward for us because we're having our back to you all for the purpose of the camera here in this meeting room. I will say to the applicants, as you come forward today, you will come up here, you will face us. I'd ask that you address your comments to the commission as a whole, not to any one particular person, or if you can, just sort of look at all of us. It makes it a little easier for us to evaluate you as you're coming through, because that is the purpose. We have had today election of two other officers. We have Mr. Chris Clem, who is the vice chairman of the commission, Mr. Bart Quinn, who is the new secretary. Applicants, you need to watch Mr. Quinn especially because he's the timekeeper. There will be 10 minutes total for the introductory comments, and there won't be any additional time. So as the speakers come through, please remember, not to steal your thunder, that if one person takes most of the time, you will not get additional time today. We will go through, and I believe we have published the list in the order in which the applicants will be coming through. We will go through this process. Each and every one of you will have that opportunity to, the applicant will introduce the speakers, then the speakers will come up and we will listen to those people. After that point in time, if there are any comments to be made in opposition to any of the applicants, we will ask those people to come up, identify yourselves, and to then make your statements for the record and for the commission to hear. It's extremely important. There is a time limit on that also, and that'll be 2 minutes. We'll break for lunch. Then we will go into the question period of the applicants, again in the same order of which you'll be coming up here, and that will be preceded by the voting. The only part of this process today that will be, quote, secret is the actual vote that the commissioners will take. It is by secret ballot. The secretary will validate the tally by the members of the administrative offices of the court, and we will then proceed forward to pass 3 people on to the governor who we believe as a body are the most qualified. With that, do you have any comments, Mr. Clem?
I was just going to say, the one uncomfortable thing we occasionally have is, just for example,
microphone.
Howard Wilson, I don't think I have this on.
Switch the bottom.
That's good. Howard Wilson's the first applicant who has his speakers. You have 10 minutes collectively, all 3 of you. So if the first speaker takes 9 minutes, the remaining 2 have 30 seconds each. Bart Quinn here is going to have signs to hold up, so as the speakers come up, you probably want to glance over here frequently because we have on occasion had one of the speakers just take too long and then your third speaker or your second speaker doesn't get to speak. So please keep coordinated with your other speakers, and it's okay to allocate your time, your 10 minutes, however you want to allocate it, but honestly the first speaker gets to kind of determine how long the other 2 have.
At this time, I am going to ask each of the members of the Judicial Nominating Commission if you would be, and I'm going to start on what will be their right, my left, ask if you will turn around and at least identify yourself and where you practice and what you basically do.
My name is Bert McCarter. I'm a member of this bar. I know quite a few candidates. Wish you good luck. I am a general
Oh, microphones, guys.
I'm Mike Spitzer. I'm a trial attorney from Lewis County, Tennessee.
I am Anna Escobar. I practiced criminal law for 16 years, and now I'm the Metropolitan Clerk in Nashville.
I'm Teresa Lee. I'm the Chief Legal and Administrative Officer for Eastman Chemical Company in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Good morning. My name is Miles Burdine. I'm with the Kingsport Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning. My name is Russell Johnson. I'm the District Attorney for the 9th District, which is over in East Tennessee near Knoxville.
Good morning. I'm Olin Haynes. I have a litigation practice, civil litigation practice in Johnson City, Tennessee.
I'm Elizabeth Collins. I'm with the firm of Thomas & Hendricks in Memphis, Tennessee, and practice civil litigation.
My name is Mary Beard. I'm senior counsel with FedEx Corporation in Memphis, Tennessee.
I'm Scott Sims. I'm a civil litigator in Nashville, Tennessee.
I'm Louis Jenkins. I'm a lawyer in private practice in Dyersburg, Tennessee.
I'm Leo Arnold. I'm a lawyer in private practice in Dyersburg, Tennessee.
I'm Bart Quinn, and I practice in Chattanooga.
I'm Chris Clem. I have a civil practice in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Thank you, Commissioners. I do know, I want to recognize one person that's in the audience that I saw a little bit earlier, Mr. Bill Young. Mr. Bill Young, if you would, please. For those of you in the audience, and this is in no way reflective of anybody that he's here speaking, Mr. Young is former chairman. In fact, he was Mary Beard's predecessor who was chairman up to this point in time, and I want to recognize Mr. Young. He's also the Solicitor General for the state of Tennessee. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask the members of the commission, if you would, and we're going to go in the same direction we did, if you have any disclosures or any comments that you wish to make concerning the process today and any conflicts you may or may not have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Burt McCarter. I know every candidate, some better than others. One in particular is my law partner, and I think under the circumstances, to avoid the appearance of any bias, I will abstain from voting until he is either eliminated or makes the panel. I think that would be appropriate under the circumstances to avoid any bias.
Understood. Madam Escobar.
When I was a criminal defense attorney, I practiced before Judge Barnes. Trevor Lynch and Thomas Parkerson were prosecutors when I had cases in Murfreesboro, and I had co-defendants with Barry Tidwell in federal court.
Back row. Scott. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see it as a conflict, but Howard Wilson was an administrative law judge at the time that I was an administrative law judge with the Department of Education. Don't really see that as a conflict, but note it for the record.
I don't believe it's a conflict either, but one of the candidates, Mr. Catron, I've never met him, but his mother was a client of mine for a number of years, but has not been a client of probably for 10 years now, and I haven't seen or talked to her, but I would want to disclose that.
You didn't go to school with any of these guys? Excellent. Inside jokes, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sims has been fortunate to have had a number of his classmates that have come before us in the past. I know several of the attorneys that are coming up here today, and I want to disclose that I do not consider that I have any conflicts in this particular situation. That being said, any comments from the members of the commission? Then I think that yes, sir. Oh, yeah, excuse me. Mr. McCarter, I'm going to ask you, if you would, please to step forward since you actually worked for and can speak to Mr. Ash.
I want to, on behalf of the Judicial Nominating Commission and the local Rutherford County Bar, I want to thank Judge Don R. Ash for The contributions that he's made to our bar, not only our bar, but to the state. Some of you might not know Judge Ash was one of the first, if not the first, to obtain his master's in judicial studies. He was very instrumental in drafting the existing parenting plan that we as domestic lawyers follow on a day-to-day basis. Very instrumental in developing the DUI and drug court for our community. Not only has he been a great jurist, he is an individual that has given countless number of hours to pro bono community service work. I would like, as someone who was a former clerk of Judge Ash, to personally thank him for the contributions that he's made, and I wish him the best of luck in any of his future endeavors. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, at this point in time, we will start the proceedings. I believe, is Mr. Wilson the first one, Mr. Vice Chair? Mr. Wilson.
Chairman Lawless, members of the selection committee, my name is Howard Wilson. I practiced here in Murfreesboro. My office is right here on the square for 23 years. I have 3 speakers this morning, the first of which is Ron Kirsch. Ron is a president of OHS Incorporated, a consulting firm. He was also my college roommate and a lifelong friend. And he's here today, though, to talk through the perspective of a client, because I also represented him. My second speaker is Brian Hercules. Brian is the CEO and president of the United Way of Rutherford and Cannon County. I'm on that board, and under Mr. Hercules' leadership, the United Way has raised almost $3 million this year for the citizens of Rutherford and Cannon County. It's been a great feat. My third speaker is Charles Pruitt. Chuck is the general manager of the Pruitt Financial Group of Northwestern Insurance. He has over 100 agents under his leadership, and his region is throughout Tennessee and I think part of Georgia. And those will be my speakers. Do I need to call my first one? Yes. My first speaker will be Ron Kirsch.
You just let me know when I hit 3 minutes. I'd appreciate it. Good morning, Ron Kirsch. I've known Howard for over 30 years. As he said, we were college roommates together. We worked together at UPS, hunted and fished, and we became good friends. I know Howard is as a outstanding husband, father, and a friend, but he's also been my attorney, and over the years he's represented me in routine legal matters, contracts, leases, those kinds of things, both personal and for my company. But he also did something outstanding for my family that has truly blessed us, and I want to share that with you this morning. A little over 18 years ago, Howard called me up one day while I was at my office at work in Nashville, and he said he had an 18-year-old girl in his office. She was 8 months pregnant, and she wanted to give her baby up for adoption. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, and she told Howard that she wanted to make sure that the adoptive family could not only provide a good, loving home, but she also wanted to make sure that the adopted mother had the same features as she did. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. And Howard relayed this story to me, and I was just speechless, because we'd been trying to have kids for many years, spent countless dollars and many prayers and tearful nights. And I just didn't know what to say. And Howard told me, he said, Ron, you need to get home, find some pictures of you and your wife, Kim, make sure they show her blonde hair and blue eyes, and you need to bring those pictures to my office along with a letter saying why you want to adopt. And so I rushed home, dug through all our photographs, found a picture of my wife and I when we were in the Bahamas, and her hair was blonde and eyes were shining blue. And I quickly put together a letter stating why we wanted to adopt, the difficulties that we'd had trying to conceive on our own, and that we, wanted more than anything to raise a family and provide children with a loving home. And so I got that all together, took it to Howard's office down here in Murfreesboro. I probably broke the speed limit while I was doing so. And I gave Howard the photographs and the letter. And a week later, he called me up and said the mother of the girl had chosen us as the adopted family. And I just, again, it was like a gift from God to me. 3 weeks later, Howard called me up, and we met him at the hospital. Howard handed us our new baby boy. And 2.5 years later, we were able to have a child of our own. And not only has all of this been a miracle to our family, but our second child looked so much like our adopted son that everyone thought they were twins as they were growing up. And Howard did all of this for us. He handled the adoption process from start to finish. And my son Hunter is going to be going to college soon. He's a senior at Ravenwood High School now. But it all happened in a blink of an eye. So I know Howard is a man of honor and strong character and faith. And I also know that he'd be a great judge if given the opportunity to do so. I just wanted to share some. I know it's hard to see. I wasn't expecting a big room like this, but this is my son and his brother and his family. That's the little guy the day we picked him up from the hospital. Thank you.
My name is Brian Hercules. I serve as President and CEO of the United Way of Rutherford and Cannon County. About 4 years ago, I had the opportunity to meet Howard as a co-board member. A year later, I chose to leave my job and become a candidate for the President and CEO and go into a full-time job with the United Way. And that's where I really began to appreciate what I've come to know and appreciate about Howard. Is his passion and compassion for this community is just unquestionable. Over the last 3 years, several times I have sought out his counsel from the United Way perspective to interpret a contract, also to work with an employee situation that we had that was somewhat delicate, to say the least, in separating an employee that had been there for many years. And what I found when I'd go to Howard was not only was he a great counsel and advice on a legal firm, but he was also fair and firm in the way we handled things. And I've come to appreciate that very much about Howard. It's a privilege for me to know him as a friend and also to know him as somebody that cares about this community and has expressed his concerns through not only financial support, but also through his actions. So it's a privilege for me to stand here today and tell you I too would think my friend Howard Wilson would make a great judge for this community. And personally, I want to say thank you for the counsel that he's given me and also the coaching that he's given me as a professional in the legal field. So thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Chuck Pruitt, and it's such an honor to be able to speak on behalf of Howard Wilson. I've known Howard for over 21 years now, and I can just honestly tell you he's displayed leadership in every aspect of his life, to the point that when I've been faced with major decisions or challenges, over the last 20 years, Howard's been the first person that I've gone to, both personally and professionally, to seek advice from. I've had the opportunity to observe him over that last 20 years as a successful husband for over 25 years to Susan. He has 2 great children that are grown that repeatedly refer to him as their hero. And I had the opportunity to go to church with Howard, where he was quickly called into leadership as an elder. And when I think about characteristics of the greatest leaders that I've been around in my life, these are some characteristics that I think about with Howard. Leaders are learners. They never cease learning, and Howard is constantly growing. He's constantly exploring new things in his life with childlike enthusiasm, whether it's coaching his kids, building, farming. He didn't choose just one area of law to practice in to his very broad, diverse practice. I think leaders never make money the primary goal. They are purpose-driven, and when I asked Howard why this was important to him to be a judge, his answer was not about money or power or recognition. it was because he wanted to make a bigger impact. He said, I want to make a positive difference in how people view the judiciary system, and that just spoke volumes to me. And I think leaders have the realization that you can't have values without courage. And I've watched him time after time when he's been faced with major challenges in his life stay true to who he is, and he always listens, and he never wavers on his values. And I think leaders live their life by design, not by default. He's designed his life purposefully with great balance and impeccable judgment, and with great humility, and gained the utmost respect from everyone he knows. An example of this is he had the responsibility to pay his way all through school, through college and law school, and then he took the risk to start his own law practice when he got out. And I think the best predictor of the future is looking at the track record of the past. So in summary, I would just say Howard is fully engaged in life. He listens, he's fair, he's very clear on who he is, and it's an honor to call him, and a gift to call him my friend. Thank you.
We're doing a little maneuvering up here so that it'll be easier for the people coming. See the time, the gatekeeper, so to speak. Widrick? I want to make sure I say that correctly. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Alicia Widrig. I'm an administrative hearing official for the Tennessee Department of Human Services. My first speaker is my dear friend and colleague, Ashley Thomas, who's also an administrative hearing official with the Tennessee Department of Human Services. My second speaker will be my husband, James Widrig, who runs a successful law practice in Nashville. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Alicia stated, my name is Ashley Thomas. I'm here to recommend that she be nominated for the judicial vacancy. Excuse me. Not only is Alicia a dear friend of mine, as she stated, we currently work for the Department of Human Services as administrative hearing officials. We've both been in this position since 2009, and I would think that her experience and expertise would make her an excellent judge for this community. And I think that for three reasons. One, I think Alicia is knowledgeable. As hearing officials, we are required to know all of the department's social programs, legal procedures, policies, and regulations. Alicia's knowledge will equip her with the ability to rule competently and confidently on all evidentiary matters in any cases that may appear before her. During the appeals hearings, we try to maintain impartiality. For that reason, we are not given any information prior to the hearing, and at the most, we're given the issue for the appeal. However, sometimes that issue is not correct, and it is during those times that we have to rely solely on what we already know to conduct the hearings based solely on what the witnesses present before us. I would also say that Alicia is resourceful. I will say that when we started in 2009, there's no official hearing officer training. For that reason, Alicia had to come forth and just learn the policies and procedures on her own, learn the best way to apply that. Additionally, because we have the authority to hear cases throughout the state of Tennessee, we often travel to different counties to conduct our hearings, whether they be in person or telephonic. And those hearings range from Medicaid eligibility to employee grievances, as well as administrative disqualification cases and any child support matters. When we get to those counties, it requires your ability to adapt. We have to be able to, each county office requires a different set of skills. And so you have to apply your knowledge and be resourceful in anything that you do. Finally, I would say that Alicia is a great leader. By way of example, for approximately a year in the Nashville office, we have not had a direct supervisor. For that reason, there's been no one to whom we can direct our questions or get clarity on certain issues. The hearing officers often refer to Alicia's recommendations and her legal interpretations in making our decisions. I think that these qualities will add to the skills or the service that she can provide to this community if given the opportunity. So again, I would state that I think that she will make a great judge for this community, and I ask that you give her that opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jim Widrig, and I am married to Alicia Widrig. First of all, let me say that I married up. There's many things in this world that I did right. That was one of them. I met Alicia in law school, and we actually had our wills, estates, and trust class together, and deciding on what to do with your money after you die, we kind of met and ended up getting married several years later. Even back then, Alicia wanted to be a judge. She felt even back then that that's the best way to actually help people. Yes, you help the litigants to come before you as a judge, but you also help the attorneys that come before you. I think as a practicing attorney, I can say there's been several judges that have kind of helped me through a case that has been a sticky case. I think Alicia would do that very well. As I can also speak as a practicing attorney, Alicia and I practiced together briefly before she went to clerk for Judge Taylor here in Murfreesboro. She practiced basically family law at that point, about 6 months worth of cases that basically there wasn't a single person that she couldn't say no to. So ended up taking a lot of pro bono cases. When she left the practice of law, I ended up finishing up a lot of those pro bono cases, so I thank her for that. But she has a big heart, and that comes back to the trying to help people. There was a lot of cases that people were in a situation of domestic violence that couldn't get out and didn't feel that they had the resources to hire an attorney. So she took on a lot of those cases as a practicing attorney. Now as I call it an ALJ position for the state, but it's a hearing official title. I know that she's helped a lot of people in that role as well. As the committee probably sees in the packet, we currently reside in Davidson County. I take the fault for that. Not that I don't love Davidson County, but I actually ran for a Metro Council seat in Davidson County this past election cycle, which is why we, at that point, lived in Davidson County. Got 49% of the vote, lost by 66 votes, but that's the fun of elections. She's always loved Rutherford County. We've, at that point, kind of decided that we would be moving to Rutherford County, and because frankly, she's always wanted to be here, and it was my decision to stay there in Davidson County at the time. It's one of those things that just we all make choices in this world. I also want to say that this process is political in nature, as much as we don't want the judges to be swayed one way or another. She is a Republican and always has those Republican views. If the commission pulled her voting record, I would say that she may have voted in the Democratic primary this year because, again, that's my fault. Because when I ran for Metro Council, I met a council member now, Jason Potts, that ran for State House in this current election cycle and became friends with him. And at that point, we all became friends. So I hope that the commission kind of takes that into consideration in deciding her, because obviously whoever this commission picks will have to go before the governor. But at that point, I want to thank the commission for your consideration of Alicia. She's very qualified as a judge, and I hope that the commission will look at her honestly and fully.
The next applicant is Barry Tidwell.
Chairman Lawless, members of the commission. I have two speakers this morning. First of all, my name is Barry Tidwell. I practice here in Rutherford County. My office is just off the square. My first speaker is a young lady named Lindsay Mahan. She is a former client who will give a perspective from a client of mine. My second speaker is Phil Webby. He is currently an assistant United States attorney with the Middle District of Tennessee. My purpose for calling him would be to give the perspective of an adversary counsel. Thank you.
Hello, my name, as Barry said, is Lindsay Mahan. I'm 26 years old. When I met Barry Tidwell, I was at rock bottom in my life. I was in a federal holding facility in Nashville, Tennessee. Barry had been appointed my lawyer. For once, someone looked at me for who I really was instead of the things that I had done. Barry went to work immediately trying to help me. I had been on drugs for 8 years and had been committing crimes. Barry found me the best halfway house to help me with the needs that I needed to live normally. This allowed me to learn to live clean and to learn to live right. He was completely honest the whole time that he represented me. He let me know of all the different possibilities that my sentence could hold. He took the time to collect letters and to drive to see my family and friends in order to make sure that the truth about my life before, during, and after drugs were correct. He is a great and compassionate man. The path he helped me choose has helped me rebuild my whole life. I've been clean for 1 year and 10 months now, and I've rebuilt my relationships with my family and friends. Barry still contacts me to this day, and I believe in all my heart that Barry Tidwell would make an excellent judge. He gave me a new respect for the law because he showed me that the judge and the prosecuting attorney, they were there to give a just sentence. Mr. Tidwell requested the perfect sentence to allow me to be rehabilitated and to be a positive influence on others. He would be fair and just as a judge. He would look for the truth, and he would give a sentence that would help people rebuild their lives just as he did mine. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the commission. As I start, I want to acknowledge that I know one of the members of the selection commission panel, and that is Anna Escobar. I've had an opportunity to know her in somewhat of a personal and professional capacity, so I just want to acknowledge that at the outset. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Mr. Tidwell. I have known Mr. Tidwell in a professional capacity for approximately 15 years. I worked as a law clerk in Davidson County for a criminal court judge at the same time that Mr. Tidwell did. I then worked as a state prosecutor and now as a federal prosecutor, during which time I've had the opportunity to interact with and to be involved with cases with Mr. Tidwell. I'm here today in my personal capacity in dealing with Mr. Tidwell and my interaction with him, and obviously not as a representative of the government. As is evident by my earlier statements, Mr. Tidwell has experience in both federal and state court as a litigator and has gained very valuable experience that would serve him well as a judge. I know Mr. Tidwell to be a very capable attorney and believe that he would be an effective judge. He possesses the qualities that are necessary for such an important position. In my opinion, the most important attributes of a judge are obviously impartiality, sound judgment, and even temperament and the ability to communicate. I believe that Mr. Tidwell possesses these attributes and would make a very fine judge for the people of this area. I have always known Mr. Tidwell to exercise good judgment, to be even-keeled, and to communicate his positions effectively in court. Mr. Tidwell has shown a genuine concern about his clients, as evidenced by his earlier speaker, and has always presented himself in a very respectful, courteous, and professional manner to attorneys, witnesses, and court personnel alike. I have no doubt that Mr. Tidwell would be conscientious, would be deliberate, and would be fair, and would serve this community well as a judge. Lastly, I just want to say that my former boss, who was a judge, often espoused that the role of a judge is to administer justice tempered with mercy. It's an important principle which has guided me in my life, and a principle that I am confident that Mr. Tidwell would very much embody as a judge if he were given that opportunity. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Siskin.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my fellow candidates, and members of the public, good morning. My name is Keith Siskin, and I currently serve as the magistrate of the Rutherford County Juvenile Court, a position I've held for the past 8 years. I brought two speakers with me this morning, Ken Berger and Darrell South, both of whom are local members of the local bar. Ken was my mentor when I started law practice and essentially taught me everything I know about being a lawyer. And Darrell is a lawyer who I have admired from afar for many years before I finally got to know him personally, and I'm lucky to call him a friend now. And I just want to say before I call them up directly to Ken and Darrell, thank you both so much for coming this morning. Regardless of the outcome today, it's truly an honor to have men of your caliber at my side. So with that being said, Ken, if you want to come first.
Good morning. I'm Ken Berger, and it's an honor for me to be here today to speak on behalf of my friend Keith Siskin. Because my time is limited here, and because I'm certain that you've, as a commission, have had an opportunity to look at Keith's excellent resume and his standing in the recent bar poll, I want to use these brief minutes that I'm allotted to report to you some things that will not appear directly on Keith's resume, things that I have come to know about Keith that I think are supportive of his position in applying for the position of circuit court judge. As Keith said, before he became a judge, we practiced together for several years. We worked on some big, complicated cases together. We had an opportunity in those downtimes in those cases to talk about our views of the judicial system, lawyering, how it's supposed to work, and I gained some insight into Keith's heart as well as his mind. I know that he shares the same view that I do about how this judicial system, this adversarial judicial system, is supposed to work. What distinguishes effective judges from less effective judges. I know that he has the same ideas as I do, as we've talked about how lawyers are supposed to act, about how judges are supposed to conduct themselves toward attorneys. In this system where the fundamental concept is that justice is most likely to prevail in an adversarial arrangement, adversarial to the extent that it sometimes becomes contentious, that it's extremely important for there to be respect and civility, and that is an obligation that exists on both sides of the bench, the lawyers toward the judges toward the attorneys who appear before them. I know he shares that idea, that in that adversarial arena, that an attorney can be aggressive without being abrasive. And conversely, an attorney can be very abrasive without being aggressive in accomplishing the goals that he needs to accomplish for his or her client. In that adversarial system, appropriate respect, politeness, civility are professional duties that exist on both sides of the bench. The parties, attorneys, the general public in general have a better view of the judicial system, proper respect for the judicial system, when they see no arrogant sarcasm, no personal animus, no pettiness that detracts from the big issues of the case that's before the court. So, with several years on the bench behind him in what has to be one of the most challenging jobs in the world, in the juvenile court system of this fast-growing county, you will not find an attorney, you will not find a litigant, I believe, where that person would say that they were intimidated, that they were embarrassed, that they were in any way mistreated by Keith Siskin. You will not find, I believe, anyone who would say that Keith has indicated favoritism, that he was ever unprepared, that he was ever unknowledgeable regarding either substantive law or the rules of procedure. Those are the qualities that Keith Siskin, my friend Keith Siskin, will bring to the circuit court bench. He is a polite, respectful, predictable person, with the emphasis possibly on the word predictability. He runs a tight ship in his juvenile court job, but he is a person who is kind to those individuals who come before him. If there's any good thing I can say about Keith Siskin, I can sum it up in that paragraph. He is kind to people, and he will be kind to the litigants, consistent with running a tight ship and doing his job the way it needs to be done. So this morning, as I attempt to be a salesman for the qualities, the professional and personal qualities of Keith Siskin, I have an advantage. I have a luxury in offering his candidacy to you and acknowledging that he was previously selected from another crowded field of good candidates for this position of circuit judge. He is a known commodity from that standpoint. He is a known commodity to the voters of Rutherford County, Tennessee, having run a very good election and previously having come in second to Larry Trail. He's a good man, and he'll do a good job. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to lovely Murfreesboro. Please stay a while. Spend some of your money, if you will, here. I am Darrell South. I'm here today on behalf of Keith Siskin. I've practiced in Murfreesboro since May of 1985. I have a concentration in a civil litigation practice with a emphasis in domestic relations. And what that means to you all is that I'm in court, and I'm in court regularly. I am in court daily at times. I tell you that because my comments here today are a reflection of my court experience and my very, very common experience dealing with judges, again, on a very daily basis. I would suggest to this commission that every candidate who will be before you today is properly trained in the law. They're insightful, they're intelligent, they're knowledgeable, they know the rules. They can do those things, and Mr. Siskin has all the same attributes and all the same qualifications. What I believe to be more important, and what I'd ask this commission to carefully consider, and I did not share notes with Mr. Berger, but we're speaking along the same lines, I would suggest to you that there are other characteristics which set judges apart, and those characteristics involve the possession of certain qualities, an individual's demeanor, their temperament, their control, communication skills, and courtroom command. Respectfully, as y'all introduced yourself, I understand most of you have practiced. We can probably agree that both judges and attorneys can disagree as to the resolution of any particular contested issue. So perhaps the real analysis for this commission is to determine how any of these candidates might handle a particular situation, i.e., did the judge show respect to the attorneys, to the lay witnesses, to the litigants, and therefore in return did he receive or he or she receive respect from the same individuals? Did they demonstrate a proper demeanor? They exhibit courtesy when attorneys, as Mr. Berger suggests, are at each other where there's very strenuous objections and argument, but did they also maintain control? The ability to communicate and possess this overall temperament and demeanor is what I have found over 28 years to be what sets judges apart. And respectfully, my position is that assuming all these candidates are in fact equally and properly legally trained and insightful and knowledgeable, it's these characteristics which will set one of these candidates apart from the other. I've had the opportunity to practice in front of Mr. Siskin. He has sat as a magistrate for a number of years. In that regard, he hears dependency and neglect cases, parental decisions, placement of children. Nothing can be more emotional and more emotionally charged in those types of situations. And with that, he maintains his coolness, his demeanor, and his control of the courtroom. I would respectfully suggest to you he handles matters involving young children of his community, and his ability to maintain that demeanor within the courtroom is something that we recognize, something we aspire to. What he says and how he handles himself perhaps is as important as his ruling. I can personally attest to you that Mr. Siskin manages and possesses these special skills and characteristics which I find so important in judging, and I would respectfully suggest to you a review of the local bar results apparently suggest that other individuals feel the same way. He's been practicing and honing his skills as magistrate for a number of years, and I strongly endorse him as a candidate here for the circuit court judge of this district. Thank you.
Mr. Polk.
Chairman Lawless and members of the commission, I have brought two people this morning to speak on my behalf. One of those is my partner of 8 years, George White, and my father-in-law of 13 years, and a longtime friend, Ann Davis, who is a large gifts officer for the Middle Tennessee Medical Foundation.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my name is George White. I have been engaged in the private practice of law in Murfreesboro, Rutherford County since 1973. Basically been a sole practitioner, and if any of you practice in a small town, you know that that is a general practice and exposes you to many different areas of the law. Practice in courts of all different levels necessarily entails long hours and a significant investment in your community in order to be successful. Mark Polk, whom I have known for at least 20 years, is the father of my two grandchildren. Is married to my oldest daughter, and his practice with me for the last 8 years. During that time, I have found him to maintain the highest of ethical standards, a dedication to not only the practice of law, but to his clients, and a tremendous work ethic. To echo some of the other speakers, obviously the candidates here are all trained and accomplished and fine attorneys and qualified to do this job. I do think that one of the things that I have thought about in making this recommendation, in which the commission certainly will think about, is what does it take to make a good judge. And we have heard many things said along that line, and to echo that, in my experience, a good judge is not just one who renders good opinions. A good judge is a good listener, a good communicator, one who knows the law and follows the law, and especially one who is courteous not only to the litigants but to the parties. I believe Mark possesses all of those attributes, and while not having any prior judicial experience, would make an excellent judge if given the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ann Davis. I'm the Major Gifts Officer at Middle Tennessee Medical Center and the Foundation, and it is a pleasure to be here with you this morning and to address you and speak on behalf of Mark Polk. I have known Mark since he was about 16 years old, and I have always thought the world of him as he dated Mary Elam White, Georgia's daughter. His mother-in-law, Mary May, is one of my very best friends, so I've watched him really grow up and become such a fine young man. Mark is a young man of good character. He has high morals. He was brought up in a strong Christian home where he grasped the principles that his wonderful parents worked to instill in him. He's a hard worker. He's thoughtful, a kind man, very responsible, a good friend, and above all, a person of integrity. When Mark told me of his desire to be considered for the position of circuit court judge, I was immediately struck with the thought of what a great judge he could be. He's very fair, open-minded. He's a very good listener and has that unique quality of being able to see things from both sides. I could actually see him in this role and imagine that over time he would become one of those judges that we would all come to revere and respect. Mark has certainly earned my respect in the years that I've known him from his early years at Oakland High School. He's a local boy. His college years at Middle Tennessee State University and then the UT College of Law. He's now a family man and can be counted on to be a person of his word, to follow through. He's able to work through hard problems systematically and always in a positive light. He is a good husband and father, a good son and brother. He's a man of meaningful relationships and is loyal to the people in his life. I think these are all very important attributes. He's thoughtful in his discussions, open to others' opinions, and yet has an excellent sense of right and wrong. He and his wife, Mary Elam, have become active members in the Murfreesboro and Rutherford County community. He serves as a deacon in the Cason Lane Church of Christ and also as a Sunday school teacher. Mark has been involved in numerous fundraisers in Rutherford County, mostly surrounding children. He has co-sponsored one of the annual fundraisers for Project Help. And in addition, he and Mary Elam have two boys, Jackson and Bradley. They are very bright, very full of energy, and the two most polite young children I've ever been around. Family is a priority to Mark. He invests his time in the lives of these two boys, and he wants them to be contributing members of society. When I asked Mark why he wanted to become a judge, he shared these thoughts with me. He said the impact that we can have in another person's life during a time of turmoil can leave a lasting impression, and that people don't care about how much you know about them until they know how much you care. Mark believes it's important for people to know that their judge will give them their fair day in court, which is our right as citizens. I believe he would be very good at this, and thank you for your consideration of Mark Polk as Circuit Court Judge.
Mr. Perkins.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rusty Perkins. It lists on your items there that my name is Russell Perkins, but I prefer the name that my grandfather gave me shortly after my birth. I am an assistant public defender here in the 16th Judicial District, a position which I have held since the inception of the office, September the 1st, 1989, so in about 2 weeks that'll be 23 years. My wife and I also are the current owners of the City Cafe, which is located at 113 East Main Street. If y'all have no lunch plans, I have a very good suggestion for lunch. My speakers today are somewhat of present a daunting situation to me because they are the two men who probably know me best of anyone outside my family. The first man who's going to speak to you is my pastor, Ron Byers. He's been my pastor for over 10 years now, and it also may be daunting to have a Baptist preacher limit himself to 5 minutes, but I have every confidence in him. The second speaker will be my boss, and his name is Gerald Melton. He and I have worked together now for over 23 years, and he will present, I guess, to you my professional side. But I thank these gentlemen for their consideration today and being here on my behalf.
Good morning. I'm Ron Byers, pastor of Barthville Baptist Church. I'm delighted to be with you. And perhaps the fact that I'm expected to only take 5 minutes can make me feel right at home. I could be in church where they only want me to take 5 minutes as well. But anyway, I have known Rusty. My 13 years as pastor, most of that time I have known Rusty. I've known him as a church member. I've known him as music leader, as a Sunday school teacher, as a deacon, as a member of our church softball team, as someone that has taken mission trips. And I would characterize him as one of the most well-rounded people that I've ever met. Spiritually, he's a man of faith with a very strong moral compass. Mentally, he's brilliant yet humble. Physically, he takes care of himself, still playing on our softball team. Socially, he's a people person that is a blessing to be around and genuinely does care about people. He's also one of the most dependable people that I've ever met. Every project that he takes, he completes with excellence. He's worked on outreach efforts. When we have a music presentation, I've seen him act in plays in the community. I've seen him on construction projects. He's a very hardworking man. So many tasks, sustained energy that he has. He's a man of diligence, outstanding finished products of tasks that he undertakes. He's a well-balanced person. Strong views for what is right, strong sense of justice, and he's personally helped me because I, at one time, probably shared a feeling that perhaps many have shared, where I asked him one time, when you see somebody on the news, they've committed a crime, they're obviously guilty, how can anybody defend somebody like that? And he explained to me that that's not the right way to think of it. Every person, no matter what they may or may not have done, deserves a fair trial. And that we defend individuals by making sure that they're not prosecuted above the extent of the law, and we defend the community by making sure crime is prosecuted enough to keep it in check. So I see Rusty as a very good person who has my respect, he has my trust, he has my appreciation. His wife, Cindy, is a lady that I have highest respect for. I'm not sure there's any lady I respect more than his wife. Is such a wonderful person, and I think that speaks highly of his character, being married to her. And so without reservation, I can give my highest recommendation to Rusty Perkins. I say with all my heart, my life is better because Rusty's been a part of it. I know for a fact our church is better off because Rusty's been part of our church. And I believe our judicial system would be better off with Rusty to be included as a judge. So I give him my highest recommendation, and I greatly appreciate him. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerald Melton. I'm the public defender for this 16th Judicial District, and once again, welcome to Murfreesboro. I want to thank you for your service to the citizens of the state of Tennessee in this very important task, and I stand here today to offer to you Rusty Perkins. When I became public defender in 1989, one of my first most important tasks was to decide and try to incorporate into my office people who would be good assistant public defenders. And quite frankly, it was a daunting task because I was new at that. But I had brought into it the background as a private practitioner and as a prosecutor, and it was as a prosecutor that I came to know Rusty Perkins, who at that time, like I was a young attorney in Murfreesboro. Rusty still has gray hair. Mine, of course, has all left. But I approached Rusty to see if he would be interested in coming to the public defender's office because I knew him as a man of preparation, integrity, and as a good attorney. And I was pleasantly surprised when he accepted that position. And so I offer him to you with the same confidence with which I approached him when I offered a job to him now some 23 years ago. Rusty brings into the bench a background in commercial practice, a background in domestic relations. Those are things he did before spending the last 20-plus years in the public defender's office. Rusty is a great judge of character. For those of you who've ever been on the inside of a public defender office, you know that you must be a good judge of character. Because while we stand publicly in defense of many people, privately, we know what we really have. And Rusty Perkins would bring that ability to the bench. He has the ability to look and listen to advocates, but to also judge people based upon what the law and the facts really present. And that gives him that type of balance. I am impressed with Rusty because all the while being the professional that he is, I have seen him raise 3 children, and I mean literally raise 3 children, because when we began working together several years ago, we would have had to have a nursery. Now we are grandparents. And I am impressed by his family and the people he's raised, as well as the fact that he is a small business owner. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how much better rounded you could be in looking. And we need people on the bench who have that type of background, who bring that type of compassion and interest in their community and knowledge of the law. I will summarize Rusty Perkins by saying this. He is the most level-headed, polite, even-tempered individual that I know. I have never seen him get upset under any circumstances in any way that would be inappropriate. And that is something that we need on the bench. Someone who brings experience, someone who will listen, and someone who will approach job as a judge with that type of temperament and politeness. And I offer him to you with full confidence that Mr. Perkins can do that, and I thank you for your time.
Mr. Parkins.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Thomas Parkerson, and I practice law here in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I am fortunate to have 2 speakers here today on my behalf. Both of them I count as friends and colleagues. And the first speaker is Mr. Rick Mansfield. He's practiced here since 1994. He is the successor to the partnership of Bragg, Mansfield, and Stegall, and his area of practice is civil in nature. Next is Mr. Stan Bennett. He is a retired Marine Corps colonel. He is a former law clerk for the Supreme Court of Alabama and also the trial courts here. I'm honored to have both of them speak on my behalf, and I thank them both.
Good morning, Commission members. My name is Rick Mansfield, and we welcome you to Murfreesboro. This is a wonderful bar that we have here, and we started our practice in 1994. I had the privilege of starting practice with the late retired Chancellor Whitney Stegall and David Bragg, who's now the sitting judge in the Circuit Court in the 16th Judicial District. It was a dream for a young lawyer who grew up in Murfreesboro playing football at the end zone, MTSU's football games, back when you could get in the end zone during a football game, of a place that was small enough at MTSU where you could wander around. We rode our bicycles through the streets of Murfreesboro when we camped out. It's just been a great place to grow up. Our office is located on the square conveniently between the hardware store and the pool hall. That's the easiest way we give folks to give our directions to the office. When Thomas asked me if I would speak, I was a little surprised about the whole process and Thomas being young, putting his name in the ring for this job. But as I talked to him, I understood why he wanted to do this. And part of this process was when I met Thomas, he was at the DA's office. I think he started back in 2005. He left in 2011 to start a private practice. But since he's started his private practice, I've often associated cases with Thomas. And going back to the first time that I met Thomas and we worked on cases in the criminal justice system, he had a strong compassion for the people that he was dealing with. He had the ability to understand the case, relate to the person, and as you go through the criminal justice system, you have to analyze as a DA a remedy that fits within your policy guidelines within the DA's office. And I was always impressed that when I had a case with Thomas, he was able to do that. He would listen to you. He would take the time if you wanted to, for example, have a DA look at a video if you had a DUI stop and you thought it was important to try to bring some of these issues to the DA's attention as you discussed them, because he had to talk to the police officer. Thomas would take the time to do that. He would invest his time in the case and that was a very important commodity or quality as a DA that I thought Thomas had that was really something I think that would carry to the bench. He's prosecuted cases in Cannon and Rutherford County. He has dealt with thousands of litigants and participants, and you have to have the ability to relate and process and be fair and have the right temperament, so that because it's such a demanding job, the number of cases that go through that office. Murfreesboro is a great place. We moved here because my dad was a traveling salesman, and he had Tennessee, Kentucky, and Alabama, and that Murfreesboro was the geographic center of his route. Bubba Woodfin, who had Woodfin's Funeral Home, convinced him to move here, and this is a wonderful bar, and I continually learn every day from the folks that are practicing here, and I can tell you that the candidates are all qualified. There are some personal pieces of information about Thomas I want to share. He has 2 small children, and if you walk in his office, their art is plastered all over the place. I love that. He has strong family values. He's often with his family at the office, eating lunch with them. He's an athlete of sorts, a musician. There's a great local band called Casual Exchange. It was made up of doctors and DAs that Thomas played in, kind of, I guess, a quasi-rock star that played at a local sports bar. That was always a pleasure to see him in a different role. Thomas has the ability to listen and analyze and make good decisions. I think that's so important. He exhibited those qualities when he was working in the DA's office under tremendous pressure, and I know he'll bring that to the bench. He has a tremendous background in the criminal justice system, and this vacancy on the court that Judge Ashley's has traditionally been for handled the criminal cases in Rutherford County, so he brings that to the job. He doesn't need any on-the-job training to handle these cases. I would wholeheartedly recommend Mr. Parkinson to you for your consideration. I know as you make your decision this afternoon, you're going to have a tough choice. Thank you very much.
Again, my name is Stan Bennett. I practice law with Thomas Parkinson at Bennett, Parkinson, and Bray. We're right here behind the courthouse, and it's great to be here. Thomas just asked me to say a few words about him. I think they're mostly based on my personal experience with him. And I was this morning just trying to think of, well, what do you say about somebody like Thomas in 3 minutes now or less? I can tell you that I think I can sum Thomas up with 3 things that come to mind. First of all, Thomas knows his stuff. You know, the reference to being technically proficient is obvious there, but also Thomas has a way of communicating that I think everybody in the bar and every litigant and every client immediately recognizes. He's a great listener, and he's a great communicator as well, but he just connects with people. Everybody loves Thomas. All walks of life. I was thinking, you know, what do I know about that? I think of I think it was Kipling who said, you know, if you can walk with a crowd and not lose your virtue, or you can walk with kings and not lose your common touch, you'll be a man. Or I think that's what the poem says. But that makes me think of Thomas quite a bit. Second of all, the second thing is Thomas is a man. And what do I mean by that? Thomas, again, the reference to physical courage, you know, is obvious, but he's got a great work ethic. He works. He comes in early. He works late. He brings his family into the office, and he works through lunch, and he just has family time and works with clients. And he's one of these people that calls every client back that day. Second of all, he's got a great moral compass. He's a man of faith. He's a good Christian man. He's just a man who pays attention to doing things right and doing people right. He's a man of kindness. A few years ago, I was a Marine. I had a chance to be a military attaché for President Ronald Reagan. And one of the things he said about that was, he said, hey, don't be afraid to see what you see. That's Thomas. Thomas has got backbone. He's not afraid to see what he sees. The third thing I'll say about Thomas, and I just got 30 seconds left, is he cares about people. He cares about his family. He cares about his litigants or his clients. And he's just a man of character, a man who cares about people beyond the courtroom. He's a person who does a lot of charity work, involved in a community. And I'll just say, to sum Thomas up, I think it's less than a dozen words. Again, Thomas is a man. He takes care of people.
That's why you're the secretary. Trevor Lynch.
Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, thank you so much. My name is Trevor Lynch. I am an assistant district attorney for the 16th Judicial District. I'm employed by District Attorney General William C. Whitesell, Jr. Today, I'm honored to have 2 speakers on my behalf. The first will be Dr. Deborah Newman. She is the department chair for MTSU's Criminal Justice Administration Department. She has had the privilege, or rather, I have had the privilege of knowing Dr. Newman for many years. I did an internship through MTSU. She was instrumental in helping me get into the district attorney's office to do that internship program, and she has watched my career since then. I also have General Whitesell speaking on my behalf as my employer. He has watched my legal career with interest since being employed, or rather, since being asked to be an intern through his program over the last 15 years. General Whitesell has the experience of watching me grow as an assistant and the experience I've had in the courtrooms and in this community. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I am Deborah Newman. I'm the chair of the Criminal Justice Department at MTSU, as Trevor just told you. I am a licensed attorney and a member of the Rutherford-Canning County Bar Association. I have lived in Rutherford County for 22 years, and I am very interested in who the judges are in this district. I want to tell you why I think Trevor Lynch is the candidate for this position. I first met Trevor Lynch in the academic year of 1995-1996, when he was a senior in the Criminal Justice Department. He had applied for an internship, and I knew him to be an outstanding student and well respected by his professors. He was placed with the District Attorney's Office here in Murfreesboro, and he did an outstanding job as an intern and paved the way for other interns which followed him later. He was actually the first intern from any school to be hired by the District Attorney's Office. Since then, the District Attorney's Office, as I said, that he paved the way for other interns, has hired other interns, some as support staff, some as investigators, and some as assistant district attorneys. It was Trevor's work ethic and his dedication to duty and his love of the law that paved the way for those other interns that have since found jobs because of this path that he made for them. Trevor has also helped MTSU in other ways. He has volunteered to be a guest lecturer in several of our criminal justice classes. He has also participated in numerous law enforcement seminars sponsored by MTSU. These seminars were offered at no cost to law enforcement officers. Due to Trevor Lynch's willingness and others like him to donate their time to benefit others. I have followed Trevor Lynch's career and know that he is a very capable trial attorney and a respected member of the bar. Trevor has practiced law in both Rutherford and Canning counties, and he has prosecuted cases in Warren, Wayne, and Smith counties. Trevor is active in the Rutherford-Canning County Bar Association, and he currently holds the position of treasurer in that association. Trevor Lynch is a man that I respect. He is a family man with outstanding character and excellent moral values. He is a person who gives back to the community. The Criminal Justice Department at MTSU is proud to claim him as our graduate. He has made both the department and MTSU proud. I know that Trevor Lynch has risen to every challenge that has been presented to him. I recognize also that for any of these candidates, the judicial position will be challenging. Trevor Lynch is prepared to meet that challenge. I respectfully ask that you give him your support. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good morning. My name is Bill Whitesell, and I'm the district attorney, and let me say that I appreciate your service on this committee. Having served on the Judicial Evaluation Commission, I'm well aware of the time and effort that goes into your service. We have a fine slate of candidates, and I think I would be remiss. I know Thomas Parkinson was up here earlier. He's a former employee, and I know him to be a person of character, good morals, and probably the most compassionate person that I've ever known. But now to Mr. Lynch. Trevor came to my office as an intern, and because of his initiative, I hired him. I hired him first as an investigator and then as an assistant district attorney, where he has served about 11 years now. He has always been a person to accept a challenge. He is the type of individual that doesn't shy away from the tough cases. He realizes that there are cases that need to be settled to save the resources of both my office and the courts, but if a case needs to be tried, he's willing to step up to the plate and try it. He's willing to involve the victims in the decisions of the case, but also understands that ultimately he is responsible. He's been a dedicated and loyal prosecutor for me, and he takes his job seriously. One of the things that sets Mr. Lynch apart, and I think my colleague Russell Johnson can speak to this, is as a prosecutor, we do not owe a duty to a client. We owe the duty to seek justice. And because of that, we have to evaluate the case, evaluate the facts and the law, and make a decision that is in the interest of justice and not in the interest of a particular person. That means sometimes we have to tell victims, no, we can't do that, because it would not be appropriate. We have the duty not only to protect our side of the case, but see that the defendant's rights are also protected. I like to say that a prosecutor, and Mr. Lynch does this, has to look out for the judge, has to look out for the defense attorney, and has to look out for ourselves, because if any of us make a mistake, we've got to do it all over again. And he understands that. And because of that, and because of the ethical responsibility of a prosecutor, I think that he brings to the table those qualities that would make him a fine judge. The ability to analyze the case, know the law, understand the facts, and make a fair decision with the interest of justice in mind. There is not a criminal court, so to speak, in Rutherford County, a designated criminal court. And because of that, I feel that over the years, many prosecutors, public defenders, or criminal defense attorneys have not sought this position because they're afraid that because it typically has been a civil position that they would not be selected. He would have to hear all types of cases, and I understand that. But if he heard criminal cases, he is eminently qualified. He has represented the state in capital cases, which I submit to you are the most complicated and scrutinized litigation that we have. He understands that. He understands the complicated cases, and he can hit the ground running on the criminal law. And I respect his mental and intellectual ability that if he's called upon to hear civil cases, he can be up to speed on that also. I want to say to you that I know him to be a man of character, of morals, and I assure you that if he is selected as one of the three candidates to go to the governor, that he would not embarrass the people of this district, of the state of Tennessee, or this commission. He is a quality individual, and it's my honor to highly recommend him to you here today. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time. Commissioners, if you'll do whatever you need to get done in the next 10 minutes, we'll be back and reconvene quarter after.
Members of the committee, my name is Brad Hornsby. I'm an attorney of the Rutherford County Bar, partnered with Bulletfly Hornsby & Evans. My first speaker will be a friend, fellow officer, Lieutenant Colonel Hank Supay. My second speaker will be a friend, fellow attorney, Solicitor General Bill Young. My final speaker will be a partner, friend, fellow attorney, Frank Fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for letting me be here today. I'm proud to be able to be with you. I'm going to talk to you about three things today: how Colonel Hornsby and I got to know each other. Then I'm going to tell you about some things that you might not know about him, tie it in with a little bit of Air Force stuff, and then I'm going to tell you why he's my number one guy. So get right into that. In 2000, I came to the Tennessee Air Guard off of active duty, and I started working with Colonel Hornsby. I was in the training office, and Colonel Hornsby was the JAG for us. That would be Lieutenant Colonel Karen Hornsby, Colonel Hornsby's wife. Okay, we worked together. My wife is a good friend of hers. Through them, I met Colonel Hornsby, and I met their family. They've got a big military connection. Colonel Hornsby's dad, I don't know if you knew it or not, he was a Marine. He hit the beach at Peleliu and Tarawa, and so he's got a good tradition there. And their son is Austin Hornsby, and he's at the Air Force Academy now. I was privileged to write a letter of recommendation for him, one of three that I've written in my life, and all three of them have been selected for the Air Force Academy, so evidently I write a good letter. Anyhow, that's how I got to know Colonel Hornsby and his family. Now our families spend time together and stuff like that, and it's my privilege to call him a friend. Now, moving along to the next item, some stuff that you might not know about him. He was in the Air Force. He was in 4 years as active duty. He served down in San Antonio, Texas at Brooks Air Force Base. He was a prosecutor at that time, and his job at the time was to make sure that beds at Leavenworth were warm, and in the event that that wasn't the offense that needed to happen, or the correction, what we call it, being promoted to civilian below the zone, which means you get kicked out. He did that for 4 years. Then he went into the reserves, and at some point he transitioned to the other side of the gate, and he became a defender. So he's got experience on both sides of the fence as far as that goes. He did that for 24 years, and then he retired. 24-year career doing that part-time while raising a family, while running a practice. Part-time is kind of an anomaly, though, because it's not really. He's got to get on an airplane. He's got to fly to wherever the United States needs him to do his job, and then he's got to fly home. And you guys can imagine that that takes a lot away from your business and your family. So he made some serious sacrifices doing that. In addition to that, in the local community, he is the one that did the Title IX action that allowed probably some of your children who happen to be female to be supported in sports and school. As opposed to just the males, football and stuff like that. So you can thank him for that. Our kids played together when they were growing up, played soccer together and stuff, so we appreciate his efforts in that area. Now, why is he my number one guy? Number one, I know him. I've known him for several years now. I trust him with my personal things, and I trust him as a friend. I do part-time work on automobiles for people that I like. I don't do it for people I don't like. If I like you, it's free. If I don't like you, you don't have enough money. Okay? And I do work for them for free because they are my friends. He's been on one side with the prosecution. He's been on the other side with the defense. He's a very fair man in my experience, and that's why he's my number one guy. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, members of the Commission. It's always a privilege to be back with you here today. It's also a privilege to be in Murfreesboro. Having been down here quite a bit growing up in Middle Tennessee, I would second that recommendation on City Cafe. It's an institution down here. If you have an opportunity to get over there for lunch, you should. I come here today with a caveat. I'm here on behalf of Bill Young, not on behalf of the Tennessee Attorney General's office. So with that caveat, it's an honor to speak today on behalf of Brad Hornsby. Jane, my wife, and I have known Brad and his wife Karen for over 25 years. There's no doubt in my mind that his experience, his integrity, his long-term commitment to this community and to this state highly qualify him for this judicial position. When I was a member of this commission, when we were looking at what three names to throw out to the governor, where he would pick one of those to be a judge, There were three things that I always wanted to know about an applicant we sent to the governor. One, I wanted that person to have an excellent, exceptional legal background. Second, I wanted positive references from the community. And when I mean the community, I don't just mean the local bar. I mean the community at large, the people who lived and worked with this applicant. And finally, I wanted the highest integrity and ethics, for we all know that when that falls with the judge, we all get hurt. There's no question in my mind that Brad not only hits this mark, he exceeds the mark on all three of these categories. And you can see that in the application he submitted to this commission. He has been a fixture in the local courts in this community for almost 30 years. He's tried literally thousands of cases involving a variety of legal issues. He's conducted over 100 jury trials throughout that career. His legal background, particularly in this community, is exceptional. He also has strong references from folks who are in this community, leaders in this community. You see those references not only in what he submitted to this commission, but in the letters of support you have received. You see it in the poll of the local attorneys here, where he had one of the highest recommendations from the council who work with him on a day-to-day basis. And finally, he is committed in other ways to this community. He's raised his family here for 30 years. He's been a soccer coach in this community. And look, I've done that. I've been a youth coach. That's hard work. And one thing it teaches you that's vital for a judge is it teaches you the patience of Job. Not just in dealing with the youth, but dealing with the parents of those youth. I mean, Commissioner Sims, I see you laughing. You and I have been there before, and I know Commissioner Clem's been there before. I mean, that's a trait that you learn from doing that. He has done it for over 20 years. And finally, you heard about his military service, not only in the military, but continued in the reserves. This is someone that I would highly recommend to you as one of the three names that you should send to the governor for consideration of this position. Thank you again for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Frank Flyer, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my law partner, Brad Hornsby. I've known Brad since I hired him, 25 years ago. Brad, he came to me needing a job, and I gave him one. He's still there. You know, all the candidates are outstanding individuals, and all of them are qualified in their own way. But we are here today to select a trial judge. That's the only reason we're gathered together. To select a trial judge, we need to look first at the pool of trial lawyers among the ones seeking this post. That narrows the list considerably. Who's tried the most cases, criminal cases, civil cases? Who knows the rules of civil procedure, the rules of criminal procedure, the rules of evidence? Who is able to deal with those nasty Nashville lawyers that come down here acting like they alone know the rules of evidence? You know what I'm talking about. You've seen them. Brad Hornsby has been in the trenches. He has practiced the blood and guts law that qualifies him to be a trial judge because he is a trial lawyer. And I hope you can stay focused on that. Thank you very much.
Ms. Henderson.
Commissioners, my name is Sonia Henderson. I've been practicing law here for 25 years. I am a trial lawyer. For today, I have one speaker. I don't have an attorney speaking for me. I have a client that is speaking for me. She is my client. She's a client in a very contested action, and I think that she would make a good speaker. Her name is Tanya Carter. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to speak to you today from a personal perspective with my attorney, Sonia Henderson. I met her when life was absolutely falling apart for me. Things happened when I was out of town, and I needed an attorney recommended to me. And of all of the people that I knew from Murfreesboro, every single one of them said, Sonia is the lady that you need to take your case. I came back to Tennessee from Texas. I spoke with her, and from the immediate moment that we met, there was a connection there that I knew that she would have my best interests at heart in the case that she represented me for. She took my opinions and my stand to heart when we were speaking with each other, and she stayed exactly on line with my morals and ethics. I established a line in our litigation and our case that we were trying that I was not willing to deviate and go off of the high road. And I took Sonia and I said, here's what I want you to do for me. What can you do for me legally? And what do I need to give you to make sure that everything is done to benefit all of us? She took everything that I asked her to do. She came to me repeatedly and she said, we need to do this. Is it something that you want to do? And she said, let's take a step back and let's make sure that what we are doing is going to be everything that you needed done. I worked very, very, very hard to make sure that each and every time that we met, that I had everything she was going to need so that there were not frivolous meetings between my attorney and myself. And there were many, many times that we were not able to get together during the regular business hours, that I would get a phone call or a text message or an email that said, here's what I need, what do you need from me? I think that she would make an excellent judge because she is very level-headed, she's very even-tempered, and even after saying that, I believe that she is extremely passionate in the job that she does as an attorney. 25 years as a trial lawyer creates a passion that you either feed daily to pursue justice or you absolutely let your fire burn out. I believe that Sonia is passionate for all the right reasons, and I believe that she would make an excellent judge for this county. Thank you.
Mr. Gilley.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the Commission. I am Toby Gilley. I'm a partner with the law firm of Rucker & Gilley here on the Square, where I've been in private practice since 1997. Before I introduce my speakers, I would like to thank each and every one of you for the time and commitment that you put forward on this commission in this selection process, and also thanks to my wife who's here with me today, without whose love and support I would not be able to stand before you today. I have two speakers on my behalf today. First is local attorney Steve Waldron. When I was trying to figure out who I wanted to speak on my behalf, I started thinking of friends, people that I've worked with, and then it came to my mind, who better to show that you've earned the respect of your fellow attorney than someone who has been your adversary over the years of your practice, and at the end of the day, you've earned his respect and his friendship. Second, I have with me Ms. Pam Elliott, who is an insurance adjuster with State Farm, but she's not here on behalf of State Farm in that job today. She was actually in the very first class that I taught as an adjunct professor at MTSU when she returned to school along with her daughter so that they could both complete college together. Thank you.
Good morning. As a boy, I came to town on Saturdays, and I came to this very room and watched court take place. Had court on Saturday then because people had to come to town to take care of business on Saturdays. I saw a miracle every Saturday. It amazed me. I drank the Kool-Aid that made a young person want to be a lawyer. Even as a child, I also observed that we had separate water fountains and separate bathrooms for African Americans. Knew that was wrong. As I sit here and I see this commission and I see the applicants, I realize there is something timeless about the legal system. And I want you to know I like the miracle that I see here better than the miracles I saw as a boy on Saturday. And I am proud that it is the legal system that is more responsible than any other branch of government for those changes. As we look for a judge, we need to be mindful that there is something that was here before us and that will be here after us, and we need a judge to keep the flame of truth and true justice alive. I'm convinced my friend Toby Gilley is that person. I'll tell you a short story, which I know is no surprise to those who know me. As a young lawyer, there was another young lawyer that I didn't get along with. We despised each other personally and professionally. We couldn't agree on anything. We got clients from the same area of the county, so we collided often. We also had a circuit court clerk who was very knowledgeable, and he wasn't afraid of the judges. He encouraged lawyers when judges were absent to use a statutory provision that provided for the lawyers to elect a judge for a day if the circuit judge was gone. So my adversary and I showed up to try a contested divorce case. There was no judge that day. The clerk said, "Let's elect a judge." Well, this guy and I had never agreed on anything. So I asked him, I said, "Who would you pick to be the judge?" And he said, "Dick Kidwell." I said, "Doggone, that's the guy I'd pick." So we told the clerk. He grabbed all the lawyers who were there, and he held an election, and we elected Dick Kidwell, who wasn't there. He called Dick, and he left his office. He came to court. He tried the case beautifully, even though he knew nothing about it. I tell you that story to make this point. Some people should be judges. And I ask each of you to think about the people you know who should be a judge. Not somebody who wants to be a judge, who works to get it, but somebody who should be a judge, not for his own benefit, but because of the system and because of that timeless stuff that I talked to you about. I believe Toby should be a judge. I have friends who are applying for this job who would make excellent judges. Respectfully, I think Toby should be a judge. Toby is from Warren County. Now keep in mind, this circuit consists of Rutherford and Cannon counties. Toby grew up in Warren County. He lives now and has lived for a long time in Rutherford County. So his counties of residence historically surround Cannon County. Cannon County gets kicked to the curb too much, but they're in this circuit. He understands the people and the traditions of Cannon County, and he respects that. Toby is 42. He came to MTSU after graduating in Warren County. Is that 5 minutes left? Thank you. He came to MTSU. He received a degree in English with double minors in psychology and criminal justice. He was elected president of the student body. He did 2 years of graduate work in criminal justice, and then he went to law school. He was also picked as the first MTSU student representative on the State Board of Regents. He went to UT Law, where he graduated in '97. What's most impressive about his law school experience is that he came to Murfreesboro every weekend from Knoxville to work at the Rucker firm as a clerk. He didn't want to just be a lawyer. He wanted to be a really good lawyer. He is, and he has been for a long time. Toby has represented primarily insurance companies and employers. Yet he and I share a mutual admiration that borders on awe for people who work for a living. His father worked in a factory. His mother was a bank teller. I have a similar background. The reason Toby and I always got along is because I knew he always respected my clients, the working people. I always knew that. He was always courteous to them. It wasn't because he was hoping they'd vote for him in the next city council election or something like that. He has a genuine heart for working people. He was elected to the city council here in Murfreesboro in the year 2000. He was 29 years old. He's been reelected ever since. There, he's dealt with multi-million-dollar budgets and with Occupy Murfreesboro. He's dealt with all kinds of issues. He's an adjunct professor at MTSU. He knows how transformative an education can be. So he teaches at MTSU and he inspires his students there. He will be a good teacher of young lawyers who appear in his court because he wants to share with them the joys he's gotten from being a lawyer. He can't seem to give enough back to somehow show appreciation for the blessed life he has. He's married to Lori. They have a daughter, Isabella, who's 10, and Grant, who's 7. He's a wonderful husband and father. We missed a great opportunity here locally by not doing whatever it took to make Dick Kidwell a judge. He should have been a judge. I hope we don't miss that same opportunity with Toby. He should be a judge. He's even-tempered. Everybody who knows him likes him and respects him. He's fun to be around. He's easy to work with. He knows how and when to settle a case. He doesn't hurt people. He lets the law fall as gently as it possibly can. He wants to be a judge for the right reasons. There's nothing about him. He has no baggage. He's healthy physically. He's healthy emotionally, spiritually, and professionally. You're getting him at the top of his game. He hasn't done anything yet that is just for him, and he won't do anything as a judge that's just for him. He is a servant, and he offers himself to the service of the people of these 2 counties. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pam Elliott, and I am honored to be here to speak on behalf of Toby Gilley. As he stated, I met him 5 years ago when I decided to go back to school. I was a single parent and been out of school since 30-plus years, and so I decided to enroll in his insurance law class. And when I got into that class, Toby, he was so caring. You could see that he was informative. He cared about his students. And he wanted to make sure that we learned about the insurance law. So he would have us participating in group studies and group projects and just allowed us to see that side of the legal system, because before going into the class, I was just so intimidated, thinking that the legal system was going to be something that it wasn't. And so
Mr. Cajun.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, thank you for being here today. You've taken time out of your schedules that I'm sure are very busy, and some of you have taken time away from your family. My name is Kirk Catron. I'm a partner at McCarter, Catron & East here in Murfreesboro, and as disclosed earlier, I am Bert's law partner and has been quite the topic of discussion. I have 3 speakers today. The first one is Alan Farley, Associate Athletic Director at Middle Tennessee State University, in charge of fundraising, but he's not here on behalf of Middle Tennessee State today. My second speaker is Ms. Anna Watts from Consumers Insurance. I've actually known Ms. Watts for many, many years, but she is a claims supervisor out at Consumers, and they have been a client of mine for 8 years. And my third speaker is Ms. Lisa Eyeshod. She's been a friend She's an attorney in Murfreesboro, and it's somebody that I've looked up to for a very long time, and I try to model my practice after her. Thank you.
As Kirk said, my name is Alan Furley. I'm a lifelong resident here in Rutherford County, and on behalf of the citizens of Rutherford County, thank you for taking time and being here today for this important process. I've known Kirk and Carrie Beth probably around 10, 11 years. I've witnessed their involvement in our community, their giving of their time and their resources, not only to MTSU, but also other organizations in our community. One of the things that Kurt and I have served together on the board and had a situation of a young man who actually was serving our military and was presented to a situation to where he was off. There was a child custody issue. And I made just a reference to Kirk about what had transpired. And he said, well, let me see if I can do to help. And he helped this young man through a pretty tough, difficult time. So I think that, from his standpoint as a judge, being caring and kind of helping people through those tough situations are very, very important. I'm not an attorney, so I don't really know all about this process, but I do have some close friends that have been members of the court, a former U.S. attorney in the Western Division. And so I just kind of asked a friend of mine, I said, what exactly, entails, what do you look for? And of course, every item he went down and said, well, this and that, and I said, well, that fits Kirk, and so I feel like that if he's one of the top three of this, we do have a lot of great candidates. So that's one good thing about Rutherford County. We got a lot of high quality people here, and we got a lot of great candidates. But I think that Kirk would do a great job in his background and what he's doing as an attorney here, and also would do a great job as a judge here in Rutherford County. Thank you.
Good morning. As Kirk mentioned, my name is Anna Watts, and I have known Kirk for 20 years. We moved to Rutherford County. I was in Davidson County for a few years. I've been in the insurance claims business for 30 years of my life, and so I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of different counsel, both judges and defense counsel and plaintiff counsel, in working with the type of work that I do. And when Kirk asked me to talk today, I thought, well, what is it that I really respect from counsel when it comes to working with me? And what traits does Kirk have that I respect that I thought that I should share with you today? And one of those I wanted to share with you is integrity. And there is a plaque that I have that has hung on the wall of my office for many years, and it really goes to the character of a person, and it's an anonymous Native American that wrote this quote. And that quote is, "Those who preserve their integrity remain unshaken by the storms of daily life. They do not stir like the leaves of a tree or follow the herd where it runs. In their mind remains the ideal attitude and conduct of living. This is not something given to them by others. It is their roots. It is a strength that exists deep within them." Having known Kirk and his family for the number of years that I have, I know that Kirk is a man of integrity. When I deal with him on a claim, I trust him, I trust the guidance that he gives us, and I know and respect that that's going to be the number one thing that he's going to do for us. The second thing that I respect about Kirk is he's a strategic thinker. And what I mean by that is when he gets a case from us, he will evaluate it and he will look to us and give us his sound advice on what we need to do to conclude the claim. And keeping in mind that we're representing our client and we want the best for them, I respect that from Kirk, and I get that from him. And then last but certainly not least is his knowledge of the law. Kirk is sound in his knowledge. He's given us good advice. Not only does he understand the law, he is able to apply it to the case. And some of the worst days of my career have been days when the law wasn't applied in the way that I thought that it was going to be. So that's been very important to me in my relationship with working with Kirk as a professional. And I think he is an outstanding man and a good family man and a man of the same values that I respect. And I think he would make a fine judge. And I will leave you with one last quote, because I'm a quote person, as you can tell. And going with the three things that I've talked about, integrity, strategic, and knowledge. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, and knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. Samuel Johnson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk this morning.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lisa Eyeshide. Good to see y'all. I know Mr. Waldron said we were progressive. 1, 2, 3, 4 women. We're getting there, girls. We're getting there. But I'm here to speak about Kirk. I've been in practice for 20 years. I know I don't look that old. Graduated law school when I was 15, so I'm still around 35. When he came in practice, he asked questions. That's one thing I like about young lawyers. They ask when they don't know something. They don't guess at it. And I was there. I came up with something if I didn't know the answer. And then since I've watched him his last 8 years, he's a young, good attorney that does care. He listens to people. I've seen him in the domestic arena. That's where I'm stuck. So I see him there. Occasionally, when my domestics go to the criminal arena, which happens, I've seen him over there. And I've asked him questions, and he's very knowledgeable about domestic cases, criminal cases, because in Murfreesboro, sole practitioners do everything. Kirk is a very nice gentleman. He's very considerate. I would love to appear before him as any of these applicants. And let me just say, I know everybody. But I like to go before judges that are very friendly and will treat attorneys and litigants and parties with respect. And I know he would do that. He's very knowledgeable about the law, and I know he'd know how to apply that. And it would be a breath of fresh air to have a man like Kirk up there. And like I said, a lot of litigants are very good here. I do not want to be in y'all's shoes because Murfreesboro turns out some very good attorneys. And when you look at good attorneys, you look how their family is. He's got a great wife. He's got 2 great little girls. And he's an avid MTSU supporter, as am I. And so I think we would do very well having Mr. Catron here. 1 minute, I can still talk? Oh, well, let me slow down. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Don't hold Bert against him. Let me just say that. He's a very good guy, and he will be unbiased. He will be non-prejudicial. He will take care of our bar, and that's what I want to see because I haven't won the lottery yet, so I'm still going to be practicing law here. And I want somebody that knows the law. I want somebody that knows how to apply the law. I want somebody to kind of respect me a little bit since I haven't lost my license yet. And I know he can do that. So I hope you guys consider him for this position. Thank y'all.
Ms. Barnes. It was the luck of the alphabet that you ended up being.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, good morning, and thank you for traveling to Murfreesboro to do this important work. I want to introduce my speakers, but first I'll say I'm Keita Barnes, and I have served for the last 6 years as the Smyrna Municipal Court Judge. We hear municipal and general sessions cases. The speakers that I have here this morning that I'm grateful have taken time out of their schedules to be here, and I want to thank them, include first Mr. Damaka Shabazz, who is a federal defender with the Office of the Federal Public Defender for the Middle District of Tennessee in Nashville. My second speaker will be Ms. Sherry Meese, who is a local attorney here in Murfreesboro. She has a private practice, Sherry Meese Attorney at Law. My third speaker is someone who is my friend, who I respect and admire. He is Rear Admiral Jimmy Taylor, U.S. Navy, retired. I've asked him to speak about community service that we've done together because community service is important to me. So first, Mr. Shabazz.
Members of the Judicial Nominating Commission, it is my honor, distinct honor, to be here today on behalf of the Honorable Judge Keita Barnes, and I highly recommend her for the position of the 16th Judicial District Circuit Court Judge. I'm making this recommendation as a friend, as a colleague, and as a practitioner with experience in her court. I've known Keita and her family for well over a decade. Having been raised in Knoxville, I was familiar with her family. Her father, Casey Jones, was vice mayor and longtime city councilman in Knoxville, and her mother also gave great service to the city. I personally came to know Keita in law school. Even as a 1L, she was a meticulous student, determined to achieve the highest levels of academia. Keita was an ultimate combination of scholarship and courtroom advocacy. And I witnessed that firsthand as we competed together in the Ray Jenkins moot court competition, which of course we won. Now I cannot believe the speed and the accuracy that Keita had to be able to make objections. So one day I asked her in the middle of the competition, let me see your cheat sheet with the objections. And she just looked at me with a blank stare. I found out later that one, cheat is not in her vocabulary. And two, she just knew the rules of evidence inside and out, forwards and backwards, and could recite and explain them on the drop of a dime. And she still can. Coming out of law school that third year, everybody scrambling to get a job. I was an intern for the district attorney's office in Knoxville trying to scramble to get a job. Keita didn't have that pressure. She had been recruited by one of the most well-respected law firms in Tennessee. Waller, Lanson, Dorch, and Davis had recruited her early in her law career. Not only that, she went on to work for another stellar law firm in Tennessee, Bass, Berry, and Sims, where she was able to practice at the highest levels of civil jurisprudence, employment law, and all types of trial litigation. In 2006, I was able to witness an amazing milestone for Judge Barnes. She was elected by members of the people of Rutherford County, northern Rutherford County, to be the judge. Chosen by her peers, chosen by residents of Rutherford County. Now, I've practiced law from the Tri-Cities, Kingsport, Bluntful, down to Knoxville, Crossville, Murfreesboro, all the surrounding counties of Rutherford County, Davidson, Sumner, William, all of those. Practice on a federal level in front of federal judges, appellate state Tennessee judges. I argued in front of the state Supreme Court. And I had the utmost confidence in her ability. She runs her court with the highest level of jurisprudence, efficiency, and respect for the law. Now, I practiced in her court on a preliminary hearing of first-degree murder. First-degree murder. As you can imagine, is contentious. The prosecution was passionate. I was a zealous advocate. But Judge Barnes was able to navigate through that with the highest level of calmness, respect for the law, and knowledge of all the rules of Tennessee. Now, I could go on about all the wonderful things Keita's done serving on the board for the Boys and the Girls and Boys Club of Rutherford County. Talk about her being a judge, attorney, legal scholar. But I know Keita personally. She's a God-fearing Christian. She's a dedicated mother. She's a wonderful wife. and she's a role model. My daughters don't want to be an attorney like their father. They want to be a judge like Keita. Her commitment for justice, dedication to excellence, and passion for the law are only excelled by her unswerving faith in God, her love for family, and her desire to see the best in Middle Tennessee. It is a combination of these wonderful characteristics that let me know beyond a reasonable doubt that the Honorable Judge Barnes would carry out her judicial duties at the highest level of ethics and integrity. We're here today to look for a judge. We've heard a lot about the characteristics of a judge. Judge Barnes is a judge, and I highly recommend her to go forward in this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sherry Meese, and I'm a local practicing attorney. I've been practicing in Rutherford County since 2004, and it's my honor and privilege to be before you today to recommend the Honorable Judge Keita Barnes for the vacancy on the Circuit Court. When I began practicing early in 2004, I frequently appeared in the General Sessions Court within the town of Smyrna. It's a very different court today than it was in 2004. I spent many late nights. I can remember incidents where I had to have sitters to watch my child. I had to bring my child to court. She was terrified. In her position, Judge Barnes has, most importantly, she's implemented new processes that have added additional dockets and have made the late nights very rare in Smyrna. Additionally, she has lobbied and successfully had a special prosecutor for the domestic violence that now participates in the sessions in Smyrna. Those are two very important things that have happened in that court. In her position, she oversees 12,000 plus criminal matters each year, not including just traffic and municipal issues. I'm not counting those in that number. She has streamlined the processes where they're needed to be cut back. She has implemented many new processes since she has been there. She's even-tempered. She has the rare ability to control the courtroom while seldom raising her voice. Early in her tenure, I watched other attorneys challenge her and argue and attempt to intimidate. She stood firm, and soon I noticed a shift in the attitudes of the bar and an increase in the respect exhibited toward Judge Barnes. They did find she was even-tempered, but she was not a pushover. She controlled her courtroom. The general consensus I hear among my colleagues is that Judge Barnes has brought a much-needed new level of intelligence, impartiality, and professionalism to the town of Smyrna Court, while simultaneously creating an atmosphere of fairness and equality in both her treatment of others and the process. She's highly respected by her staff, who frequently express their admiration and esteem for Judge Barnes. The qualities that Judge Barnes possesses that enable her to have such a positive influence on the General Sessions Court in the town of Smyrna are the same qualities she'll bring to the Circuit Court, and it is my honor to recommend the Honorable Keita Barnes to the vacancy that you have before you here today. Thank you.
Top of the day to this distinguished group. 30 seconds. Gosh, I don't have much long to go. But I'm connected legally from the Navy standpoint. I went through Navy Legal School. My kin, Whitney Stigall, of course, Judge, Chancellor. My brother, Royce Taylor. I knew Keita before she became judge. So maybe a connection to me gets you in a judgeship. I hope so. I've known Keita for 7 years. I've known her in her judge positions for 6. She has been a true volunteer in the Rotary Foundation, and I'm at the stop position. Thank you very much. You need her as your nominee.
At this time, we will accept any comments in opposition to any of these nominees or any comments from any persons in the audience. If you kindly state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am here to represent NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and NAMI Rutherford County in its campaign to support the establishment of a mental health court. And I am glad to be able to tell the Commission about the needs here in our county, since a lot of you are from out of town, and also to bring this to the agenda of those of you who are seeking this judgeship. There has been a local task force here to do a mental health court several years ago, and to get people up to speed on that, I have informational, not lobbying, not political, but just informational clips from the Daily News Journal and also from the mental health court in Nashville. And those of you from Nashville know how successful that mental health court has been there. We, of course, have a very successful drug court here in Rutherford County, and also some special court for domestic violence, and we think mental health also is necessary. The pages I have here are from the newspapers, as I mentioned, and then also there is a 3-month census report from the Rutherford County Jail that was collected by this earlier task force that indicates the percentage of jail inmates who are receiving psychotropic drugs. 20% of them are taking psychotropic drugs. That's an expense for the taxpayer, and we, as our organization, support treatment instead of incarceration. We have opened a hospital this week, and we also have the expanded services. What we need now is a judge, and that's where you all come in. I'll leave this informational here for you to pick up if you wish.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we will commence the interview process. Commissioner Collins will be leading, in our normal practice, the primary questioning of Mr. Wilson, who is the first, and then Ms. Widrick directly after that. Mr. Wilson, if you'd please come to the hot seat, so to speak, even though you won't be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your application. I have just a few general questions for you. First of all, I understand that you're president of a construction company currently. Would you be able to continue that job if you were appointed as a judge, or what would be your plans with regard to that?
Well, I've been practicing for 23 years, and during the entire time that I've had the construction company, I've been a practicing lawyer. I also have a partnership interest in a title company, of which I'm just a passive member. I really don't do any work there. If they need me, I can go, but it's not necessary. We have plenty of staff for that. The construction company, I actually have a CPA that works there to keep the books. Also have a construction manager who does all the construction and all that business. My role mainly in the construction company is from the financing aspect. You might call me the money man. I'm responsible for obtaining the loans, and so I really don't have that big of a role in the construction company as far as time taken from my day.
About how much time per week do you spend on the construction company business?
Oh, I'd say I review the finances that the CPA gives me probably on a weekly basis. That probably takes me about 30 minutes. We've got it in a form that I can readily recognize and see where we are. And like I said, I don't do anything on the construction side. I'm not going out and meeting clients or going out and building houses. Occasionally I'll have to go to the bank to sign a note to allow us to get a construction loan.
I see that you were administrative law judge for the Tennessee Department of Special Education for a period of time. Why did you leave that position?
Well, I did it for about 14 years. And there were probably 20 or so administrative law judges, and it got to the point where we just had too many administrative law judges for the number of cases we had. I encouraged the Department of Education, while I was an administrative law judge, to cut the number of ALJs so that we could all have more cases. And the problem is that we couldn't hear cases in our district. So I would go to Johnson City to hear a case. I'd go to Memphis to hear a case. And I was getting, at the end, probably about 3 cases a year. And it just got to the point where I felt that there needed to be a reduction. And so I resigned that position. But I loved doing it. I enjoyed it. It was a good judicial experience.
Were appointed as the judge, what would you consider to be the hardest part of the job? When you're looking forward to being a judge, is there anything that you think that you would have any specific difficulty with?
Well, of course, I have 14 years of judicial experience. I've also sat for our General Sessions judges, both civil and criminal. I'm fully capable of following the law, which I view as my main task. I've got the personality and the demeanor for it. I think I was voted second by the bar as far as a recommendation, so I think the bar feels that I'm qualified to do the job. I don't really see a difficult part in the job of being a judge. I mean, I know what I'm there to do, and I'll do it.
I'll give you the opposite side of that same coin. What do you think is your best, is the most important quality that you have that would set you apart from the group of other applicants?
Well, I'd say 3 things. I have a broad range of experience in a lot of different areas. I was only able to go back to 1997. I've been practicing since I was since about '89. But I use a client management program called Amicus. Maybe several people use that. But I was able to look at the number of cases that I've handled. And from 1997, I've handled 1,200 criminal cases. I've handled over 1,000 bankruptcy cases. I've handled over 600 personal injury and workers' comp cases, as well as family law cases, construction law cases, landlord-tenant cases, and juvenile cases. So I feel like I bring that to the table, a person with a broad background in the law. I also feel that I bring some judicial experience with me. As I told you, I've been an ALJ for 14 years, and those weren't just simple matters. It was under the federal law, the Individuals with Disability Act, and sometimes those trials would last a day, sometimes they would last a week, and they involved expert witnesses. The issue was whether a child in Tennessee, they have a right to a free, appropriate public education. And sometimes we would get children with autism, and there would be concerns about what teaching methods should be employed. I had many cases where they flew experts in. I had to make evidentiary rulings. I had to make, I wrote many, which is attached to my application, many lengthy legal opinions. And so I think that also brings something to the table. And I'm also, I think I have the demeanor for the job. I think that's probably represented in the fact that I came in second in the bar poll, that the lawyers in this town know that I'll be a good judge, that I'll be a fair judge. I've never responded in anger. I've treated people in my court when I was an AJ with respect, people from all walks of life. And I think that's the 3 reasons that I'd enjoy doing the job.
I don't do any administrative law. I have a question. Do the Tennessee Rules of Evidence control the hearings that you had for the Tennessee Department of Special Education?
We did. We did apply the Tennessee Rules of Evidence when I was an ALJ.
The only thing I'm curious about with regard to your application was I noticed that all your writing samples were at least 10 years old or older. There was a brief that was there, and it looked like there was an associate's name on it.
There was. And that was a case that I tried the case at the circuit level. I initially, in my application, put down that I had, and it's been a while, that I had authored only 50%, but after talking with my associate, she reminded me, no, that she didn't do anything on it, that I had actually authored the whole thing, that she had just signed it because I wasn't there. And then I also argued that case for the Supreme Court work comp panel.
How old was that case? Like, I mean, not more than 5 years or more than 10 years? Or?
No, I'd have to look. I attached opinions that I felt were significant and representative of my writing ability. I've written briefs, obviously, since that time.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, I noticed that you had been on the Planning Commission here, and I was on the Planning Commission in Davidson County, and I consider that kind of judicial, quasi-judicial. You have to deal with other commissioners, lawyers, angry citizens. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience on the Planning Commission?
Well, I was on the Planning Commission at a time where the city of Murfreesboro had sought to annex a lot of the county, and that's always very controversial. And some of our meetings lasted till 11 o'clock. I enjoyed doing it. I have a real estate background. I have a love for real estate and for zoning issues, and so it was very interesting to me. But it was probably more contentious than a lot of court hearings that I've had. And you have two opinions on everything. What I always found interesting is, for instance, on a road project, you would have a group of citizens that would show up and say, "We love the idea of this road. We just don't want it in our backyard." And what we had to explain to them is, well, when we move that road, we're not solving the problem. We're just creating another group of people that are going to come in and complain, not in our backyard. So those were tough decisions.
Just my final question is, there is a misconception, I think, that criminal defense lawyers are anti-prosecution. So how would you handle, having been a defense attorney, any thoughts that you would be pro-defense or anti-prosecution?
I've always viewed my role as a defense lawyer not to try to get the guilty person off. It's to insist that the state do their job. And if the state does their job and the person's guilty, they're going to be found guilty. And so that's the standard I look at. Did the state do their job? And as a judge, that's what I'll also look at. The state has the burden, and if the state does their job, I don't have a problem with that. If they prove their case, then justice is done. And that's how I view that.
Any other commissioner?
As Vice Chairman, I get the duty of asking questions about any BPR issues.
Yes.
And just for the rest of the applicants as well, this entire committee is a compromise. A lot of people in the legislature wanted everyone to have to run for office, even in a special election. And the reason we do this, they made it very clear they wanted us to ask tough questions as if it were a primary.
Sure.
And some of us would have preferred to ask tough questions in private. The legislature made that equally clear that we can't do that. You did have 3 or 4 bar complaints. 3 of them were summarily dismissed. Not interested in asking you about those. But the 4th one had to do with advertising. Could you explain that to me?
Yes, that was a very frustrating situation. I was doing some advertising in the Yellow Pages, but this wasn't the Bell South Yellow Pages. This was an alternative phone book. And the representative had asked me, did I want to advertise in Nashville? And I told her, no, I don't practice in Nashville. I don't have any interest in practicing in Nashville. But come to find out, apparently her bonus was tied to her selling a Nashville ad rather than a Murfreesboro. So what she did is she put me in Antioch without telling me and gave me a free ad in the Murfreesboro phone book. Now, the contentious part came where there was some language in the ad that said, I practice in all Tennessee associations. Now, what that should have said was, I practice in all Tennessee courts and am a member of the Tennessee Trial Lawyers Association. But they got it wrong, and so the board took exception to that, and I dealt with an attorney at the board, and he said, well, that was that was misleading to the public. And my response to him was, yes, it's misleading to the public. It's misleading to me. It makes me look, I practiced in all associations. I didn't know what that meant. And so we negotiated that. There was also, I put that I did Chapter 7 bankruptcy and Chapter 13 bankruptcy, and he insisted that I should have said that I don't do business bankruptcy. But the way it went is he wanted me to attend an all-day ethics seminar to resolve this. And I asked him, is that a seminar where people who have committed ethical violations go to remedy these situations? And he said yes. And I said, well, I refuse. I don't feel like, based on the content of this ad, that I should go to an all-day seminar like that. And so he called me back and said, will you do an online ethics course? And I needed the ethics for the next year's CLE, and so I agreed, and that's how we resolved that case. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, on the front end here, and I may not have been party to some of the discussion because I wasn't at dinner last night about the duties of this position. It's my understanding Judge Ash probably was primarily heard primarily criminal court cases. I understand that may or may not change. Maybe Commissioner McCarter can speak to that. But if we could have that on the front end, it kind of goes to Anna's question and probably questions like when we have either a public defender or an assistant DA or people that are solely civil practice, if each of them could speak to that issue. But if we could get it out on the front end, that might be helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner McCarter.
My understanding in discussing this with some of the judges is they were going to take a wait-and-see approach to see who got the appointment and then allocate the cases accordingly. That's the way I understand it as it exists right now.
So it may be civil, maybe criminal, maybe a little everything.
Could be as easy as a criminal judge, could be a civil judge. I think they're just going to see who the person is, who's selected, and do it accordingly.
And if I could address that point, I'm fine to do either one. I have experience in criminal and civil.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Ms. Sweetie. And again, Commissioner Collins will be your inquestor.
Good morning, Ms. Woodard. Again, thank you for your application. My first question to you is, I understand that you were licensed in 2007, so you've been licensed about 5 years. Can you speak to why you think that your level of experience, that you're experienced enough to be a trial judge?
I've also gained licensure to the state of Pennsylvania, and I did have a limited license to practice law there. So I did do some criminal trial work in the state of Pennsylvania before coming to the state of Tennessee to practice. I think despite only practicing for 5 years, I have such a wide range of practice. I've done criminal, I've done civil, and now I've presided over 500 plus administrative cases. And I believe despite my age, this sets me up to have a great knowledge of the law and knowledge of individuals that come before me.
How many, you talk about your experience, how many jury trials have you participated in?
I was in Pennsylvania. I was selected to do a criminal jury trial through my internship with the Butler County Criminal Attorney's Office. And I did successfully prosecute that individual, and I did that case solely on my own, obviously with the assistance of an attorney because I had my limited license. That is the only criminal jury trial I've participated in for that, under that genre of the law.
Have you participated in any civil jury trials? With regard to the hearings for DHS, are the rules of evidence control those hearings?
Yes, ma'am, as well as the Administrative Procedures Act.
Again, I'll give kind of the general questions, is there anything, do you see as being the hardest part of being a judge? I know until you do something, you don't really know exactly all it entails, but as you look forward and consider being a judge, is there any area that you think that will be the most difficult for you?
About that question, I think about all my time as being an administrative hearing official. I presided over child support, Medicaid, adult and family services cases, all of these social welfare cases that these individuals look to you to be a point of guidance, and you have to speak to not only attorneys but general members of the public, and they look to you to give them not only a fair decision, but they look to you to almost explain to them what is going on with these administrative procedures, and it's often with food stamps or Medicaid. Those are very important, vital things to the community, and those are very serious cases. And I feel like I've dealt with those fairly and impartially and giving all members of the community their opportunity, especially with translation cases. I hear many of those, and those can take hours, and you have to have patience and impartiality to give those individuals the time and the opportunity to say everything they need to say. And even though I know the rules and I know what I'm looking for, I give those individuals the opportunity to get their case to me. So I feel like all of that knowledge and the patience and the caring of the law would give me the necessary tools that I need, and I don't feel the fear of coming into the circuit court position.
Feel with your experience that you would have any trouble with regard to the procedures involved in presiding over a jury trial? For instance, have you seen in practice voir dire done?
I have conducted a voir dire when I did my criminal trial in Pennsylvania. I've also, when I clerked for the Honorable Judge Royce Taylor, I prepared all of the aspects of civil cases for him, and sat and watched 10 to 15 voir dires conducted, and I understand the process that goes into conducting those.
What do you think is your strongest thing that you have to bring to the table to be a circuit court judge over these other applicants?
I have a great demeanor. I have the ability to be fair and impartial, as I do that on a daily and weekly basis. I did the count yesterday morning. I've heard 157 cases so far this year, and that takes great patience. And that's only the cases that I've entered orders in. I've heard probably 200 plus cases that might have been dismissed, that might not have met the evidentiary requirements to be before me. So all in that, I feel like I've done a great job in that.
Lastly, my question is, would you consider that there is any place in being a judge, that there's any place for politics? I mean, or are you a strict constructionist of the statute? I mean, and I may not have worded that question well, but I want your feelings with regard to your interpretation of statutes, and what you think the role of a trial judge is with regard to the interpretation of those statutes.
In my current position as an administrative hearing official, I not only have to interpret statutes, I have to look at departmental rules and regulations and interpret those to the best of my ability. I don't feel that politics has any part in the law. I feel like as judges, you need to step back from politics and take a look at the case and the litigants and the arguments presented before you and view the law and only consider the law in that action.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your application. I note in your application you reference applying to the FBI. Can you just help the commission understand how did your career lead you to the FBI, and why did you choose not to go there?
I started clerking for the Honorable Royce Taylor. I was already in the selection process for the FBI. The selection process takes roughly 1.5 to 2 years to complete. And I understand after completing that whole process, it's not something that you give up lightly after being selected. It involves a two-step process just in interviews. You go through some testing and then an interview process, which I can't discuss anything that's said during that based upon the confidentiality for the FBI. You also do have to take a fitness test, which was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And every time I drive past the Belmont campus, I get a little sick because I think of running the mile and a half around their track, which was not enjoyable. But after completing all of that and a lie detector test, I got to the FBI and I went to Quantico. And after you get there, some things come to light that you might not have anticipated. And being newly married, I didn't feel that giving up my marriage and living my life was going to be worth it to serve. So that's why I choose to relinquish my position with the FBI.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the commission.
At this point, we will be recessing for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:15. So at this point, we are adjourned until 12:15. You are the next person in the dock. Yes, you are in the dock. Please come forward. Commissioner Jenkins will be the primary person asking you questions.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
And I'll take the lead with your interview this afternoon. I guess I'm in private practice myself, but I know the prosecutors that are on this commission are probably wondering, what would you say to them to demonstrate that if you're selected for this position, and like Mr. McCarter told us, say it gets apportioned most of the criminal cases, or it's mostly a criminal docket. You've done mostly defense of criminals.
Correct.
Or I said that wrong. Alleged to have committed a crime.
Alleged criminals. Until the judgment is rendered, it's.
I'm a lawyer too, and I should have known better, shouldn't I? That doesn't get back to my clients. So how would you respond to that question about what your experience will cause you to bring to this position if it does end up being a mostly criminal docket?
Well, number one, I clerked for a very, very capable judge when I first got out. And one of the things I learned both from clerking for her as well as practicing trying cases, the like, is the judges that you want to be in front of, you get a sense of absolute impartiality. And I think that is absolutely key. Regardless of your background, regardless of whether you're a prosecutor, you've done defense work, divorce work, workers' comp or PI, whatever it may be, I just think it's important that when you sit on the bench, you're absolutely impartial. You listen to both sides, and you follow the law, plain and simple. And if the law sides with the state, then that's the decision that should be made. If it decides or falls with the defense, then that's the decision that should be made. And so my commitment would be to absolutely follow the law and be impartial.
Thank you. And then given that answer, if the follow-up question was, what can you point to to show that you'll be able to do that? Is there anything in your experience that shows you have that commitment that you spoke of?
Well, I don't know if in my public experience, I think in how that I advise clients I advise them, I think, very truthfully. When I'm assessing a case, I think I look at it from all angles. I think I'm doing a disservice if I only say, okay, I'm representing you, and here's how we're going to get out of this. But I look at things from all different angles, because sometimes the best advice might be something that the prosecutor sometimes agrees with. And so when I'm advising clients, that's how I look at things. I look at every angle, because I think that's the only fair thing to do. As far as in my public life, all I can say is I think I've been fair in my representation when I've practiced and when I've tried cases. I don't know. I'm sure the prosecutors want a prosecutor on the bench, and I'm sure the defense attorneys want someone who's primarily done that. But I would sure do my dead level best to be fair to everybody.
Thank you. I noticed in your application that you do a lot of work under the CJA in federal court, federal criminal work. Do you do any you take any appointed criminal cases in state court?
Well, the system that we have in this judicial district is a rotating system, and so I guess if you're a member of the bar, you're on the list. And so certainly from time to time we will get in our box in the clerk's office an appointment order, and so as those come in, certainly I do those.
How many times, say in the last 2 years, how many times do you think that's happened?
5 or 6.
About pro bono activities, do you do any pro bono work?
Well, as a general practitioner, I'd like to say I don't do as much as I probably should, and I don't actively seek pro bono work, other than I have advised from time to time folks with Habitat for Humanity, for instance, which I was on their board. They would have just general legal questions. I have worked with the Christian Student Center, for instance, at the university, and from time to time, as a part of my duties with that, they would ask me general questions like that. But that would be really the limit of what I've done.
What do you think are the most important 2 attributes of a good trial judge?
I think number one, as I've stated earlier, is absolute impartiality. Listening to a case, listening to the sides, listening to the presentation, and making that decision impartially based on the law. The second, we, as lawyers, I think we'd all agree we like going before a judge who has a good demeanor. And I think having a patient demeanor, a good temperament is highly important. Having lawyers who are hesitant to approach the bench, to make a motion, to ask a question, I don't think it's good for the judicial system. And so I think having a good temperament, being approachable, being understanding that as a judge, you're a member of the bar, you're not a king, you don't wear a crown, but you're there to decide facts, to decide law, and also to run a docket. And so I think those 2 are, if not the most important, certainly are two of the most important.
Without mentioning a name that would cause it to be turn into something where you were insulting someone, can you tell us what the most difficult situation you've encountered in your practice with the trial judge?
Actually, I can. and it occurred not long ago, perhaps 6 or 8 months ago. It was in a federal trial, and the judge has issued an order which myself and several co-defendants counsel thought was a little vague, and we thought we understood what the nature of the order said. And it was concerning voir dire and kind of the procedure that we were going to follow. We took one understanding of his order, and then when it became apparent of what our tact was, maybe I should say he took a different understanding of his order. And we left that day wondering what would happen the next day. It obviously all worked out and everything went on. But it involved voir dire and the procedures that he had set out. And we zealously represented our clients. He thought we should have taken a different tact. And so luckily we all went home that night.
How did you handle that? I mean, what happened and how did you?
Well, I'll tell you, we left court that day, and there were several of us, and we all went to one of the local lawyers' office, and we sat down and we said, okay, here's what we've done. Here's what the judge says he meant by his order. You know, how do we remedy that without sacrificing, the rights of our clients or, I guess, following what the judge says versus that. And we came up with a solution. I guess I could say backpedaled a little bit, but we did what we thought we had to do, and ultimately the judge was satisfied with the outcome, and we continued on picking a jury.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Escobar.
Mr. Tidwell, I know you practice primarily in federal court, and federal court is very dry. Would you agree with me? Very structured, dry and structured.
Absolutely.
And I've used nowadays, state court can be a place that could be very creative. You can think outside the box, have programs, etc. Would you be open to exploring different programs, different methods of doing things differently here in Rutherford County? Is that something you've given any thought to?
Well, I think, number one, I think the role of a circuit judge at this level is to follow the law. If you're asking beyond that, beyond making those decisions, what's best for the community, are there programs such as drug court, such as DUI court, things of that nature? Absolutely. I think those programs have been proven to answer several questions, and that is, what do we do with someone who is in a situation to where they're addicted to drugs or to alcohol or the other? But it also answers the question, well, society, we have said through laws, these folks can't be in society driving around, for instance. And so is there something that can be done to administer to them to make sure that they're not back here? And I think, absolutely, I think I would be open to that, as long again, as it followed the letter of the law, and it was what the legislature had in mind when it created whatever criminal statute.
I don't want you to think I'm picking on you, and I asked this question. I asked
this
this
like
question.
voir dire in
Yes,
reverse.
exactly. And I don't get to cross-examine anyone anymore, so I kind of vent in this role. I do. So I'm sorry. And I asked this in many counties. I'm very sensitive to people who come before judges who do not have English as their first language. How do you know they are treated here in Rutherford County, and how do you think that could be improved upon, and what are your thoughts about that?
Well, I know we have an interpreter who is, I guess, on staff, so to speak, who's called on routinely at what I would call critical stages, arraignment, things of that nature. Someone who's indigent, I think, certainly should have access to an interpreter in court. Perhaps the more pressing issue in resolving that is we have Hispanic interpreters, okay? But there's so many, I mean, a community this size now, there are so many different languages spoken. I think it's important to address that and make sure someone doesn't come before the court who speaks Farsi or who speaks some other language, and to make sure they understand. So, in the administration of justice, obviously I think that's clear that everyone, whether it's a criminal case, obviously civil cases are a little bit different. They would, I suppose, if they're retained, their lawyers would bring one. But even in a civil case, if someone is not able to understand the court's instructions, understand what's going on, that's a big issue. And if we're not addressing it appropriately in this jurisdiction, it should be.
Mr. Tidwell, I guess you know that we have been provided with the Bar Association survey.
That's correct.
Several people have made references to it, some of the speakers. Can you give us some insight on that survey? How was it conducted, and how reliable should we evaluate that survey?
Well, at the risk of, I guess, sour grapes, you might say, I think that, number one, a lot of my practice is in federal court, and I think that's established by my application, both civilly and criminally. I do work in the courthouse. I don't know how many of the 138, I don't know that I know 138 members of the bar here, probably by sight a lot. If you're asking me specifically, you receive, maybe 25, I guess, recommend or highly recommend. I think those people, the ones who say do not recommend, I don't know their reasoning. When you're asked a question of do you recommend someone for a seat such as this, I think, I don't know what they base that on. Do they base it on that they don't know me? Do they base it on I know him and there's no way I would ever want him sitting in a judge's seat? I don't know. And so I don't know that there's a good way to answer that other than the folks who answered the question, I guess, did what they, the best they could.
Any other questions?
All the applicants, we've been doing this for a number of years, put down their charitable work and how they've gotten involved in organizations, and I just wanted to commend you on being a foster parent. I just can't imagine anything that would be more difficult to be involved with, letting children from a difficult home come into your home, difficult situation to come into your home, not knowing if you can adopt them or not, letting them become a part of your life. And I think being a foster parent is probably one of the most difficult things that anyone could ever get involved with, and I just wanted to commend you for that.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from any of you? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Siskin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Afternoon.
Probably heard me say I'm Lewis Jenkins when Mr. Tidwell was up here. I would like, if you would, I read your application and what you said about your current position as the magistrate, but I practice in a county where we don't have that. So if you would, I would like for you to explain, please, what that position entails, what you do on a daily basis, and just give us a little overview of it, please.
Be glad to. In juvenile court, the judge has the authority to appoint one or more magistrates to preside over cases. And a magistrate has to be an attorney in good standing with at least 5 years of experience who's knowledgeable in the law. And we serve at the judge's pleasure. The judge is obviously the elected official who is the head of the court. but magistrates have the authority by statute to preside over any case over which the juvenile court has jurisdiction. Now, what that means for me, and it may be different in different counties, I know that in larger counties they have one magistrate who handles a certain type of cases, but in our county we have 1.5 magistrates, so to speak. We've got a part-time magistrate who presides a couple of days a week as well. But what it means for us is that I preside over a wide mix of cases. I'm not pigeonholed onto just child support cases or just juvenile delinquency. One day I'll do one, the next day I'll do the other. And we have a lot of cases that come before our court. The main difference to a layperson between what a magistrate does and what the judge does is anybody who disagrees with my decision on a case can appeal it to the judge and get a de novo rehearing, do-over, so to speak.
Basically, you do the same thing a juvenile judge does, except that if it happens in front of you, there's another chance in front of the juvenile judge.
Yeah, they get a second bite at the apple. Now, magistrates do have the powers of a trial judge, so our proceedings are conducted the exact same way, same rules, same laws, same everything. Difference is you get the appeal if you don't like it.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about next is I received a letter from the CASA of Rutherford County talking about some service that you performed as a guardian ad litem. How long has it been since you were able to serve as a guardian ad litem?
How long has it been? Well, I've been a full-time magistrate since 2007, so that would have put it just over 5 years ago. I handled guardian ad litem work throughout my law practice, and I practiced a year in Nashville before I came here. So from 1998 all the way up until 2007, for that 9-year block, I practiced in our courts and I handled guardian ad litem work among my other types of cases. So, I never turned down a case like that because I thought it was important to advocate for the best interests of our children. Like I said in my application, I think children are the most vulnerable among us, and they need the most protection in our legal system. And that's exactly what a guardian ad litem and CASA are designed to do. So I was happy to be able to work with CASA. I was kind of the legal end. They kind of were the in-the-home type end, and we teamed up on a lot of cases. They came to me with their concerns, and I would bring it before the court. And we did a lot of work together to make sure that the children's best interests were being met.
What is your experience, either as a lawyer or I doubt it sounds like it may not exist as a judge, but if it does, you can tell me about that. What is your overall experience with juries?
It does not exist in juvenile court. You're correct about that. So we have no juries, and that's under the juvenile court statute in our court. So I had no experience for the last, I guess we're at 5 years now. Prior to that, my practice was domestic relations oriented. I did some criminal work and some regular civil work. I did not have the opportunity to try jury trials because those very rarely, if ever, come up in the domestic relations arena. My jury trial experience was gathered from the year that I was a law clerk for Judge Corlew here in Murfreesboro. The way he assigned my duties, I basically oversaw the daily operations of a jury trial. And what I mean by that is I was kind of their shepherd, so to speak. I went with them back to the jury room. I made sure that whatever they needed, they got. I helped Judge Corlew print off the jury instructions. I helped him with the voir dire experience as far as making sure everybody knew where they were supposed to be and making sure the jurors knew where they were supposed to be. So I do have that experience from the other side of the bench, although I was not able to get it from the actual legal practice once I got out there.
I'll ask you one of the same questions I asked Mr. Tidwell, but maybe just with a slightly different angle. I asked him what the most difficult situation he had had with a trial judge was, and I'll ask you, since you've been in that position, now again without naming any names, what's the most difficult situation you've had with a lawyer or a litigant in your court since you've been a full-time magistrate, and what did you do to address that?
Well, the easy, quick answer to that is that as a generalization, the hardest situations I find myself in are with pro se litigants. And for any lay people who might be listening or watching on TV, that's folks who represent themselves. That, in my experience, is always the most difficult docket to preside over, because as a lawyer, we expect certain things to happen in a courtroom. We know the rules, we know the procedures, but these folks who are coming in without lawyers have no idea what to expect. They don't know what they're walking into. So my difficulty as a magistrate, and I assume it would be the same thing as a circuit court judge for these folks, my difficulty is, I guess, maintaining a sense of order, but relaxing it just enough so that they can feel like they've had their day in court and that they've been heard. I think that one of the most important qualities a judge can have is just to listen, to be a good listener. And it's as simple as that sometimes, because some of these people that come to court, they just want to have their day in court. They just want to come in and tell their side to the person sitting in the black robe. And regardless of the outcome, I think that a lot of them feel better if they get some things off their chest. So as a generalization, to answer your question, it's difficult for me to walk that fine line in these cases between running a court the way the rules say to run it, but making sure these people feel like they've had their day in court, even if they don't know the rules exactly. And I could think of a lot of individual circumstances that were challenging. Juvenile delinquents are always challenging because a lot of these kids, by the time they get to us, this is the first time they have been held accountable for most anything. Their parents have not been around or have not paid attention, and they're out of control, and now they're 16, 17 years old being brought into a courtroom, and they're just ready to blow up at any moment. So I can think of lots of kids that have come into my court where I can tell by their body language and their demeanor, they're agitated. It's hard to keep them calm and make sure that we need to do what we need to do as a court. So, I could think of any number of instances where we've had kids like that, troubled kids, trying to keep them calm while trying to get the hearing done the right way.
What about with a lawyer?
Most lawyers are very respectful and polite. I think they treat me like I treat them. And a lot of people have spoken about temperament and demeanor today. I think that's one of my stronger qualities. I think, at least I hope, that's why I finished at the top of the bar poll. I have not had any run-ins, so to speak, with lawyers. Once or twice I could think there were lawyers who came in with attitudes, but sometimes I think a little humor from the bench can smooth that over if it's done the right way. If I try to come down hard on somebody because I perceive that they're being disrespectful or whatnot, that could just set things off in the courtroom. So I'll do everything I can to avoid that response. I'll do it if I have to, but I usually try a little humor, a little relaxation. Sometimes I'll take a recess at a strategic time to let things cool down. But I've never had things to get to a point where I can think right now, oh, this lawyer was just a piece of work. It never got to that point.
Okay. You mentioned to us just a moment ago about listening being one of the most important attributes of a good trial judge. I'll ask you for two. I already know one of them. So what would your second most important attribute of a trial judge be? Knowledge of the law. I think that you need to know the law, you need to know the rules and how they're applied. You got to pay attention when the objections come, because if you're caught not paying attention, you're going to look like a fool up there trying to rule on an objection. And so I think that aside from being a good listener, I think having that knowledge of the law and the rules is critical for any judge. Out specifically in your application, and I wrote down, but I didn't write down what question it was in response to, so let me find it. Question number 35, you made the statement that the circuit judge was your calling. Do you remember writing that down?
Yes, sir. Well, You know, it may sound, I guess, cheesy to some people to hear me say this, but I've just always felt like that's where I belonged, is being a circuit judge. I put in my application a little story about all the way back in high school, I was able to get a summer internship with a Superior Court judge. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, and we have Superior Court there, which is equivalent to the Circuit Court here. And that really changed my life, literally. This judge, Judge Cheatham was his name. He passed away recently, I heard, but by him letting me shadow him for that summer and see how the court system worked, I just realized that that's where I belonged. You know, I'm not the most outgoing person that y'all are going to meet today, but I do have a strong desire to help people. And I think that when I watched Judge Cheatham help people with compassion and justice when I was in high school, it just dawned on me right then, I can do this. And it's in a controlled environment. I don't have to be Mr. Outgoing in order to help people this way. And I still feel that way today. Every day I take the bench in juvenile court, I try and help people. And I hope that they walk out of there, even when I rule against them, feeling like I've been fair about it and I've listened and justice was served.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you.
About how often from your magistrate's court decisions are taken to the juvenile court for appeal, and what your affirmance and reversal rates?
Yeah, I don't have any stats on that. I didn't ask our clerk to give me those statistics. But the way it works in our court, you know, we're a small court. It's just full-time magistrate, full-time judge, and then we have our part-time magistrate. So the way we operate is whenever somebody appeals a case, I hear about it. The judge kind of lets me know one day, oh, you know, so-and-so appealed you today. And then after her hearing, we'll walk by each other in the hallway, and she'll tell me, well, I upheld you or had to reverse you. So without knowing any hard stats on that, I would probably just, if I had to put a percentage on how many of my cases or my decisions get appealed to the judge, maybe 10% tops, I would think. And I preside over thousands of hearings. You know, it's just to give you an idea, we have on a typical Tuesday or Thursday, I'll hear 40 child support cases each day. And then I could hear another 40 delinquent cases on a Monday, in addition to a trial docket on a Wednesday or something like that. So our numbers are pretty high that way. And I think from what the judge tells me, the number of cases that are appealed are relatively low. And whenever she tells me she overturns me, I know about it because I hear that. And that's pretty rare, I'll say. You know, I would say that probably within the last year, she's told me of maybe 5 or 6 times that she's overturned me. That's not a hard and fast number. That's just what I recall her telling me in the hallway.
We heard one view on the Bar Association poll.
Yes, sir.
What is your view?
I think it's great. Well, you know, I went through this process 8 years ago, and it was a totally different commission, totally different makeup. I was a lot younger then and a lot less well-known, and I finished kind of middle of the pack in the poll. And I was hoping to do better now that I've been around and lawyers know me. You know, I'm a known quantity, and I think that by the lawyers recommending me at the top of this poll, what I draw from that, and what I hope y'all will too, is that they know what to expect with me as a judicial official. They know how I operate a courtroom. They know how I analyze the law, and they know what they're going to have in circuit court. And they seem to like it, and I appreciate that. I'm very grateful for all the positive votes I got. So I think that it's a question of how well known you are and what people think of you, obviously. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank y'all.
Ms. Polk.
Good morning, Mr. Polk.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Thank you again for your application. I want to start with asking you a question of looking at your experience as a general practitioner. You indicated that the amount of criminal work that you do is about 5% overall. And so, as we know, and if it discussed here today, that it may be that a big part of this circuit judge position will be presiding over criminal cases. What can you speak to with regard to your ability to do that with regard to knowledge and ability to handle presiding over criminal cases?
Certainly. I think our Commissioner McCarter addressed that by saying, number one, this is a circuit court position, and in our county we do not have a set criminal court judge. Judge Ash has heard a wide variety. I've had divorces in front of Judge Ash. And so I don't necessarily know exactly how that falls, and I think Mr. McCarter said that could be changed. But with regard to criminal cases, I guess specifically, those of us who've gone to law school, we learn the law. We understand how the law works. We understand that we don't always know all the answers. I know that I can tell you I've taken cases that when I first started off, I didn't know the answer, and we learned how to go find that answer and how to do that. And so based on that, as I have with my practice, I think it would be something that I would jump into and be ready to do. We have in our county, we've had a history of people who didn't necessarily do the exact kind of law they were doing, and all of a sudden, and then they were judged and done that just fine. And I think that we have a pretty good history of that, and I think I would be able to pick up the criminal law part of it and be able to do that if that's what, in fact, that position entails.
Have you thought about the plan of doing that? How would you go about very quickly learning a large part of the law for which you've not spent much time in?
Well, and I guess that would be learning how to do it. I guess I think we already, looking at a statute is reading the statute and interpreting a statute. I think that is something every one of the applicants, regardless of what percentage of criminal work you have, you can understand those statutes because those statutes fall. The other part of it's criminal procedure. Once again, I think that's just something you'd have to do for anybody who has primary criminal work, who's going to go civil. You would have to, that's just part of what would be required. You'd have to do the back work and go read the statutes and read the rules and know what needed to be required. And I don't think that would be an issue because I think that's what we all as general practitioners, or as me as a general practitioner, has had to do in whatever I'm doing, whether it's juvenile court, which has its own set of rules, or general sessions court, which is not a court of record, doesn't have its rules, but has a different set of rules, or in fact going to criminal court and different courts have different rules, and you just prepare, and there's really not much choice. You have to be ready to do it.
Along those same lines with regard to experience, what is your experience with regard to jury trials?
With regard to jury trials, I have limited to no experience. When I clerked with Lightner Williams, I was involved in one jury trial there, but I was still in law school, so I wasn't part of it. And I guess with regard to jury trials, I thought about that when I filled out my application, and I hear about all the jury trials everybody talks about. And I started thinking about it more and more, and I'm reminded of one of our great local judges, Steve Daniel, who had a primary real estate practice, and went on to be a great judge and try big. I think whenever they had the low tax looper case, he was the one Supreme Court called in to come try that case. And so I don't necessarily know that not having a great amount of jury trial experience is going to be something that prohibits you from doing it. We have a lot of people who go to jury trials all the time on the criminal end, who may know the process very well, but certainly wouldn't be able to do that. So I don't think that necessarily is a bad thing in the sense of it's like what I mentioned before. You know what you need to do. You go forward with it.
If you had to say the main reason that you want to be a judge, what would that be? I mean, I know you put some in your application, but if you had to say in 2 sentences or less, why do you want to be a judge?
I think you have a greater opportunity to impact people's lives, and I truly believe that. And as I put in my application, as one of my speakers said, I think you have a greater opportunity to have an impact on someone's lives. I think when people avail themselves to the judicial system, as doesn't happen very often for most people, I think they need to have somebody who is listening to them, who is patient with them, and they get their day in court. That is one of the most fundamental principles that everybody in our country understands they have. And there's nothing worse than going into court and having your client look up and see a judge who is absolutely not interested. And in that sense, I think I could have a greater impact on people.
Have you done any specific pro bono activities related to representing clients or something directly related to the law?
I guess in the sense of, charitable pro bono, I've done things helping with different churches, different organizations. I'm not necessarily on any boards for pro bono work, but I will tell you there's certainly, think of an example this morning as I was on the way here. I thought about a client, somebody who called me and said, Mr. Polk, you represented me 2 times in the past, and I have a question. And I thought, I'm not sure who you are. And he says, well, you've never charged me anything. And he said, but I've called you on 2 different occasions, and you told me, kind of walked me through what I need to do, and we had something. And in his mind, that was something I had taken the time to do. So as someone who's in private practice, certainly that kind of pro bono work happens all the time. And you come and you sit down with somebody and you walk them through and tell them kind of what their options are, kind of maybe the best way to handle their situation. And in that sense, I've certainly done that, over my 8 years in being in local practice here, done that many, many times.
I see on your application that you're a member of the Stones River Country Club, and I want to ask, does that country club have women members?
Oh, yes. It's not listed in discrimination because we don't discriminate against anybody.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon.
That's right. That's right. We're glad it's the afternoon. Again, thank you for your application. Thank you for being here. Well, you're going to get the other side of the coin. The question that you've been an assistant public defender since 1989 to the present, so you have not done any civil work since then?
No, ma'am, I have not.
All right. Tell me how you feel or explain how you believe your background will allow you to preside over civil matters.
Okay. If I was called upon to preside over civil matters, I do have, if you look back in my resume, I do have experience in civil matters. As a matter of fact, my initial employment was as a corporate attorney, and I received a vast amount of experience in a very short time in participating in that type of field, because I came to realize that a lot of times when you're a corporate attorney, people come to you and say, this is what I've done, that's all right, isn't it? And then you have to correct those kind of things. And the companies that I worked for, the initial company that I worked for was a nationwide company involved in several different, mainly the automotive repair aftermarket, but also alternative fuels. And we had a lot of civil litigation all across the country. I was responsible for the hiring of outside counsel, also helping them prepare cases and from the corporate end. And I received a large amount of experience at that time in several different areas of civil litigation. I feel like that's something that I could pick back up on again very quickly. The way I came into this, as Mr. Melton pointed out somewhat this morning in his comments, is I was still in civil litigation at the time that he and I became acquainted with each other, and he then and I started working together as I was representing people in criminal cases on an appointed basis before the public defender's office. And so I was I was still doing mostly civil litigation at that time, and I would like to think that it would be almost like riding a bicycle. I could pick it back up again pretty quickly, even though my only practice for the last 23 years has been criminal.
I see that you are, what you said, death penalty qualified, and I'm just curious as to what that process took, what that involved.
At that time, it involved me going to a week-long seminar. At that point, that was very early on in the Supreme Court's requirements for that, and I went to a 32-hour seminar in Kentucky. As a matter of fact, I had to go to Kentucky to do it because there wasn't anything else available. And then you also had to participate in death penalty cases too, also to be have some. There were requirements, if I remember correctly. This has been some years ago, so bear with me. But if I remember correctly, you had to have certain experience. You had to be lead counsel in one death penalty case, or you had to be co-counsel in two, or you had to have tried 3 first-degree murder cases. And I qualified under the third one, the having tried more than 3 first-degree murder cases. So those were the requirements at that time, and that's what I participated in. Of course, being public defender, I was not called upon to, like some private lawyers were at that time, to go to other jurisdictions and defend people on death penalty cases.
I noticed in your application that you just became a member of the Rutherford and County Bar this year.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the reason that you decided to join the bar this year?
Well, actually, it was probably more just in the past. I'd never really thought about getting, because of my job, my other activities that I have, being a small businessman and also working for my church and that kind of thing. I never really thought about joining the bar, or if I did, I would forget to send them the check to join. So this year I decided that before any of this came up, I decided that I needed to participate in that more, and also some of the guys that are participants in the bar talked with me about that, and I thought it would be a good thing to do. It was nothing against the Bar Association, I can tell you that.
You mean to not belong before?
Is
that what you're referring to?
Not to have joined that before, yes, formally joined that before. I've always considered myself part of the Rutherford County Bar, but just, I guess, not a paying member up until this year.
I was interested also in your application. You said that you had assisted, I think, Don Payne in a trial and testified in that trial. You said you tried it and testified, and I was curious about that.
Oh, no, ma'am. If that wasn't clear, I apologize, but I was sent by the corporation that I worked for at that time to basically assist him in the corporate position in that trial, and then I was also called upon somewhat unexpectedly to testify, but I wasn't an actual I was not participating in the actual trial from a lawyer standpoint. It was more as a witness standpoint.
You were more the client than the lawyer in that case.
Yes, representing the client.
Corporate representative.
With Mr. Payne being the trial counsel. Yes.
What do you think would be your largest challenge in becoming a trial judge?
I guess the largest challenge in becoming a trial judge for me would be in actually getting the position. I am not much of a self-promoter. I'll just be honest about that. But then as we get into what would be difficult for me as a trial judge, I really can't. I guess the only thing I could think of would be if, and understanding what Commissioner McCarter has said, if I were appointed judge, I would hope that the other judges would say, okay, he's primarily been in criminal, so we're going to leave that court as criminal. If they, however, decided, well, one of us is going to do criminal and you're going to do civil, I guess that would be the only challenge to me would be to get up to speed, but I don't consider that much of a challenge.
My last question is, of your qualities, what do you think would set you above the other applicants? What is the thing that you most readily bring to the table of being a trial judge?
It would be knowing what to do and when to do it, because in my experience, and when I got out of law school, I realized that I didn't even know how to get to the courthouse, and I had some great lawyers who kind of took me under their wing and said, "This is where you go and who you see when you have this situation," and so forth. I think what I bring most of all to this process is that I would be able to, from day one, because of my experience, my knowledge, my knowing how things work, knowing what to do and when to do it, would be the biggest thing that I can bring to the table, because literally, I relate it to this. When Judge Daniel was mentioned here earlier, Judge Daniel was the presiding judge at that time under our system here. Judge Clayton was handled criminal cases, and Judge Daniel, but they would switch every October 1st. Then one of them would handle criminal for a year, and then the other one would switch off the next year. Judge Daniel was handling the criminal cases when we started the public defender's office. He let it be known to us that on September 1, he expected us to walk into the courtroom ready to defend people. And so that is what I would relate that to. On day one, upon assuming this position, I would walk into the courtroom ready to try cases because of my experience. I've done hundreds of voir dires. I've seen juries. I've done so many jury trials and plea days and things like that I could probably, stand up here and recite what the judge tells people on plea days and discussion days and those kind of things just without even having to think about it. So I think that's the biggest thing that I would bring is the knowledge and the experience to be able to go forward from day one, and there would be no lag time in that situation.
I'll ask you my favorite question about being a defense attorney. How can you set the prosecution minds at ease that you would be fair and impartial?
Here's the way I would respond to that. I think that anyone who has ever dealt with me, and a couple of the applicants here probably might not want to say too many good things about me, but anyone I have dealt with in the prosecutor's office would say that I am a fair person, that I'm not an ideologue. I just tell it like it is. I don't try to, the term I use, hoodoo them. I think they respect me, and that is very important to me. I also would point out that when this process first began, the first person, of course, I went to talk to about the possibility that I might apply for this position was my boss, Gerald Melton. The second person I went to was District Attorney General Bill Weitzel. And he and I have known each other now for about 23 years. As a matter of fact, the very first criminal trial that I ever saw from start to finish, I tried against Bill Weitzel. I was the defense attorney. And so I think we have a lot of respect for each other. And his comment to me at that time was, I said, "Bill, you know I would be fair." And he said, "Yes, I know you would be." Also, some of the assistant district attorneys who shall remain nameless, because if it gets back to General Weitzel, I don't want him to get into trouble. One of the biggest, I guess you could say, pleasures that I have ever received, or something that I'm most grateful for, is when certain assistant district attorneys would come to me, not on cases that I was representing the defendant on, but they would say, "Rusty, what do you think I should do on this?" or "What do you think's fair on this?" And that to me was just the biggest compliment that I could receive, that they had that respect for me, that they knew that I wasn't just going to give them the defense attorney answer, that I was going to be fair. And I've seen it as I would think, as being a judge, I have seen it from both sides. It would be pretty hard with some of the things my clients have told me over the years for somebody to pull the wool over my eyes. So I think anyone that you talk to that I've dealt with would tell you that I would be absolutely fair and would not favor the defense. As a matter of fact, a former assistant district attorney here told me at one time that he'd have my wife on any jury of his. So we're that kind of people. We just we believe in fairness and justice and not just win at all costs.
I probably found your application a little more interesting than most in that Don Payne was my evidence professor 20 years ago, and just can't imagine what it would have been like to try a case with him. I also was very impressed with your extracurricular activities. Looking through it, the Spring to Life Ministry, the Boy Scouts, Little League, Vacation Bible School, and I know it's probably a little hokey, but I'm still impressed with people that were Boy Scouts and that were Eagle Scouts, as in your case, and what they've gone on to do with their life. My question to you is a little bit following up with you mentioning that you're not an ideologue. I tend to be somewhat conservative, and but as a public defender, you've put down that you would classify yourself as a strict constructionist. I kind of think of public defenders as not strict constructionists. Could you please explain, you put this in your application.
Yes.
Could you reconcile that for me?
Yes, absolutely. I feel like, and just as an aside, learned a great lesson in that trial with Mr. Payne because he made an objection and cited a very scholarly reason. Pretty much, but he cited a very scholarly reason for the objection. The judge sustained it, and then when he got up on his cross-examination, he started asking the same question, and the judge told him, Mr. Payne, now if you ask that question, I'm going to let the other side get back up here and ask it too. And he started a scholarly explanation of why the judge could let him do it but not the other side. And about halfway through that, the judge leaned over the bench, looked at him, and said, "Not today, Mr. Payne, not today." So that taught me the lesson that the law is what the judge says it is that day in that courtroom. And I say that by way of saying this. Obviously, when I'm advocating for a client, I have to advocate the strongest position that is available to me for my client. And as a judge, I don't think you advocate a position. I would be, as a judge, much more inclined to a strict construction of the law because I don't believe in legislation from the bench, as I put in there. I believe that if it's a new law, it's never been tested, and the judge is called upon to give an opinion about what he thinks that law means, then he can do that. But when the courts have ruled and the superior courts have ruled, and when the law is clear, then you've got to follow the law as a judge. And so I would have no hesitation in saying that even though I've been a public defender all these years, defense attorney, and have strongly advocated the best legal position that I can for my clients, as a judge, I would be very conservative and very strict in my construction. I'm probably the most conservative public defender you'll ever meet. Thank you.
Since I got fussed at, we will take, at this point in time, a 10-minute break and come back. Let's try to do it on time this time. 10 minutes. It was having a... You've been the center already. All right. The next applicant, Mr. Parkerson. Commissioner Johnson will be directing the questions. He is going to be to your left, second person in.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Parkinson. The first item I wanted to note is on page 3 of your application, you have a very impressive list of what I consider to be life experience. And in this case, you've been, for those in the audience who don't have benefit of the application, you've been a server at the Macaroni Grill, a cook and server at Campbellsville Pike Country Store, a cook at Sonic, a bag boy at the Pig, and as our former Madam Chairlady would appreciate, you've also worked at FedEx. She might not appreciate that you also drove for UPS. You've been a valet, delivered newspapers, all in a span of, looks like it starts from 91 through 2006, and with a smattering of soccer coaching and refereeing in there. So I think that's important to have that background. That shows that you've been in the trenches, you're well-grounded, and also you apparently had some experiences with your dad's health that caused some issues throughout your college career that you seem to overcome. Talk about how that has molded you as a person, as an attorney, and why it might assist you if you become a judge.
Certainly. Thank you. What he's referring to, in my life, I've never been given anything on a silver spoon. I've worked hard, and so has other people, but that's not a crutch. We've been given an opportunity to accomplish many things, and through my life, I've done many things. And my father had an open heart transplant when I was in law school, and unfortunately, I was called upon to help out financially with the family, and I also was putting myself through law school as well. So what ended up happening was I had a decision to make. What am I going to do? Am I going to go home? Am I going to help my family out? And of course I did that. As I went home to help my family out, my grades suffered. I was placed on academic probation, and I was brought before a review board, much similar to this right here, and I was asked some very difficult questions such as, what are you going to do with your life? Is this going to define you? Are you going to turn around and use this? And I absolutely did. What I did was I took what happened with my father and the situations he had gone through in his life, and I used that to say, hey, that's not an excuse. We've been given an opportunity, and as my application states, by some quirk of fate or circumstance, I have been privileged enough to be standing before you right now. And I've used that as in my daily practice. I've used that in my religious beliefs, and I think that would help me on the bench as well.
Thank you for that answer. Looks like you were licensed in 2004. So in 2005, you state General Whitesell gave you the opportunity of a lifetime, more or less, to become an assistant DA and brought you all the way here from Lawrenceburg. And you were an assistant DA for a number of years, and then recently decided to leave your job as a prosecutor and become a private attorney. Tell us about that decision. What brought that on?
It was a very difficult decision. The general was really the best boss that I'd ever had, and I was able to practice law in an area that was new to me as I began at the district attorney's office. When I was in Lawrenceburg, I was in private practice on the civil side. And so a friend of mine, Tommy Santel, was from Columbia, and I grew up with Tommy. He was an assistant district attorney here, and Tommy said, hey, I think we've got a spot available. Would you want to come apply for it? And I practiced in Lawrenceburg. My family was from Lawrenceburg, but I grew up in Columbia. And my friends and the rest of my family had moved to Murfreesboro at that time, so I took the opportunity to go interview for that position. And it was immediately, I knew I was in where I wanted to be. I practiced criminal law at that time with the general with the district attorney's office, and for 6 years I practiced in that office through General Sessions Court and then through Circuit Court. I made a very difficult decision in 2011 to leave that office, and I left on good terms, but I thought, making a decision with my family, it was the right time to go out and attempt to open my own practice, and I did, and it's been successful since then.
Okay, seems from your application and what you've stated then, since the last 8 years that you've been in practice, the majority of that has been in criminal law, either as a prosecutor or now, I think you list 85% of your private practice is in criminal practice as a defense attorney. So you've had an opportunity to see both sides of the fence. Talk about the differences, and I think you make an analogy here comparing victims to defendants. Talk about that experience from both sides of the fence.
Certainly. One of the questions that I'm asked commonly is how do you represent somebody that you used to prosecute? And it's pretty easy, really, because when you meet somebody that's a criminal defendant, they're at a low point in their life. It's very difficult for them. Many times they're abusing drugs. They're in a bad spot, but they're people. You listen to them. Well, that's a criminal defendant. Now, you take this position from a prosecution standpoint, and you represent the community. But many times you represent a victim on a case. The victim on the case, they're mad, they're angry, they can't understand why they're here. So what ends up happening is you get to counsel those people, the same as you would counsel a client on the criminal defense side. And ultimately, our job as an attorney is not only to get a result, but to try to provide some counsel when these people are at the lowest points in their lives. And I believe that is something that would carry over into a judicial position.
I think you were the one General Whitesell made this comment about. If I'm wrong, I apologize. But I think he said you were one of the most compassionate individuals or lawyers he had ever met. Talk about that compassion. I assume a lot of it probably comes from those life experiences you talked about. How would you use that as a judge? And then, sort of as they say on the flip side of that, sometimes people who are compassionate, sympathetic, it's hard to make a tough decision sometimes. Would you have any difficulty being so compassionate, making hard, difficult decisions as a judge?
Absolutely. Absolutely, it would be a very difficult decision. And that comes from my life experiences, because not everything's black and white. There's a reason why people make decisions. People make decisions for all kind of reasons, whether they have an incentive or a motivation, whether or not they are financial problems in their life. Things push people to do certain things, and I understand that because I've been there. So what ends up happening is when I speak with somebody, I understand that and try to counsel them on it. But here's where it would relate to being in a judicial position. As a judge, you have to be humble. You have to understand the situation, but you have to interpret and apply the law. So it would be difficult for me in a position where I see somebody that's struggling with a situation, but they have violated the law, the letter of the law. And if the state proves that burden, as a prior applicant has mentioned, you have a situation where they have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they've done so, there are other remedies for somebody. You know, our legal system, if you're found guilty of a crime, you're guilty of a crime. However, there are other alternatives many times to somebody going off and serving a sentence. And that's where you can think outside the box as in the judicial position. And I don't mean take any type of steps of judicial activism. Use what is given to you. Use the things that are provided to you as a judge, as an attorney in this community, and take those things and implement those in your practice. And I think that's how I would make those decisions.
Thank you. And tell us, we've talked about, and you seem to be speaking to a criminal forum. The senior judges come to you if you're nominated and appointed and say, sorry, but we want to share the duties in criminal court, and we're just going to hand you all the civil work or the civil docket. How are you going to make that adjustment? And then also tell us what a Judge Parkinson's courtroom is going to look and feel like. Are you going to be like a federal judge? Are you going to have scheduling orders, constant pretrial conferences? You know, where's the balance there, and where do you land in that type of demeanor and courtroom scheduling and operation of a courtroom?
Okay. With respect to how the courtroom would look, I think that I would want a courtroom that attorneys felt comfortable to practice in. That's very important. If you can work with the attorneys and you can basically give them a judicial system that they can practice in and come to court and not feel like they're being harassed or they're on a a strict guideline that something has to be done. If it's not done today, I would be reasonable. And I'm not speaking that that's not the situation now. I've been fortunate to practice in front of several judges that have done an excellent job in judicial economy. And one of the benefits of being a pro tem prosecutor was going to several different jurisdictions and seeing how other jurisdictions would work a case. And I would take those situations and bring those to Murfreesboro and hopefully not change the system, but help to improve the system. And I apologize, your first question.
About getting up to speed on civil law, as far as if you were handed an entirely civil docket, what adjustments would you have to make, and how would you address that situation?
Certainly. That's a good question, because I have been a prosecutor for since 2005, and as a defense attorney, the majority of my practice is criminal in nature. Before 2005, I was fortunate to practice with a firm in Lawrenceburg, and they were Boston Holt Sockwell. And it was a local firm that was extremely beneficial for me to practice with them, because we did no criminal work. We only did civil work. Now, granted, I was right out of law school, and the first year and a half when you're out of law school, you can't really remember what's going on. It's all a blur. But one thing that I did understand was whether it was a Social Security disability case, whether it was a workers' compensation case or a personal injury case, I was able to work with attorneys in those situations. And one of the factors I want to stress here is that, and this may be a question that comes later, but I want to address it now, is that one of the things I think that sets me apart from any applicant in this field is that I have prosecuted cases through a jury trial. I have on the defense side, I have taken cases to jury trial. And on the civil side, now this was years ago, and as a young attorney, I have sat through and assisted civil jury trials. So I think that, to answer your question, I would come up to speed, and I do a limited amount of civil work at this time as well.
Any other commissioners have any question for this applicant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lynch. Oh, Mr. Lynch. Again, General Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch, for appearing before us today. Someone mentioned it earlier, and it may have been one of your speakers, and I noticed from your application you actually live in Cannon County.
That is correct.
And your role as an assistant DA, you're in Cannon County as well as Rutherford County, so you cover all the district, which maybe some of the others may not as much. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Talk about the special needs or differences between Rutherford and Cannon County, and as judge, what you would do to address those, if anything.
Yes, sir. For any of those that may not be familiar with Cannon County, it is a very small jurisdiction, probably about 20,000 people in the area. One of the obvious problems that they're going to have is lack of resources. They have severely limited budgets. They have severely limited resources to provide not only to those that have been charged with a crime and may need services, but to their law enforcement. As a prosecutor, that is one of the things that I've had to take into consideration and deal with on a daily basis, whether it be in the General Sessions Court, whether it be in the Circuit Court, whether it be in juvenile court. It's not just what do we need to do with this person from the standpoint of a prosecutor, but is what is this county going to be able to do or provide, and what do they have at their disposal to provide. As a judge, you would have to take that in consideration in your jurisdiction. You would have to also be more of an advocate towards that county to find out what can we bring in. Rutherford County has access to the drug court, to the DUI court. Cannon County has not had the opportunity to have those services brought to them, but we're in the same district. So there are other services that can be brought into Cannon County that can be pushed for. Now, I grew up in Rutherford County, lived here 35 years, recently moved about 4 years ago to Cannon County, and have been responsible for the courts in Cannon County for the last year. I know what that community needs. I know it's part of that jurisdiction. Yes, it's a small jurisdiction, but it still needs services that cannot be or have not been provided, and that is one of the things I would like to provide if given the opportunity.
Kind of back on the issue of life experiences in your application, you say you worked one summer during college for the extended school program in Murfreesboro at Black Fox Elementary School as an aftercare teacher for 5th grade boys and girls. Tell us how you came to do that and about that experience and what it taught you.
Yes, sir. I was given that opportunity because my brother, who's 4 years older than I am, had been part of the ESP program for years. At the time, I started to get away from working in the horse business, wanted to get out and do something a little bit different. My brother was in the position to give me an opportunity to be one of the aftercare teachers. That gave me the opportunity to deal with children. At the time, I was in my early 20s, didn't have any real experience with children, and it was a very eye-opening experience when you're dealing with children, especially 5th and 6th graders. It was a pleasurable experience. I loved that opportunity, and it was something that was just one of the greatest things I've ever been able to have the opportunity to do. However, as my career, or rather my education went on in MTSU, I was able to get the internship with the DA's office, and I never went back to do any more summers with the ESP program. But it is something that I was fortunate to have the opportunity to do and learn from children. As anybody here that has kids, the one thing and the first thing you're going to learn from children, I think somebody may have already said it, is patience. Children will teach you patience.
If we were here today trying to nominate people for either the judge as we are or, say, district attorney general, which is not the case, but you had the choice of the two, which would you rather do?
I have dedicated my entire legal career to the district attorney's office. I have enjoyed every minute and have been blessed with the opportunity to serve the community here in Rutherford and Cannon as a prosecutor. Having said that, it is my belief that the judiciary here needs to continue having strong leaders in that role and in that capacity. That is something that I desire to provide for my district, not just for Rutherford County, but for Cannon County as well. It is something that as the years have gone by have become more and more important to me. One of the things about that is, and today is of utmost importance, is the fact that the judges that we have had very limited criminal background experience. With Judge Ash leaving, that leaves a very significant vacancy, and it needs to be filled by a candidate that has significant criminal trial experience and a good understanding. If not done so, then our judiciary here is put in a position to, we've got to train somebody now new to go into the criminal court and then have a new judge coming in that's going to take over civil. This opportunity arose when we found out that the judge was going to step down. My wife and I had already been discussing the possibility of running for judge in 2014 when that came up. So it is not something that I had just taken lightly as, oh, well, I think I'll just go on and put in for judge because the opportunity has arisen. It is something that I have strongly believed for a while that is a need in our community, and it is something I believe that I can fulfill, and that's why I'm here today asking for your nomination.
You're a lifelong prosecutor at this point. I'm going to ask Commissioner Escobar's question. How do you put folks who have a defense background, public defenders, at ease that you can be fair and neutral, and how do you see being able to set aside that prosecutor hat and handle those type matters if you're trying or presiding over criminal cases?
Excellent question. Well, he's always been a prosecutor. He's always going to think like a prosecutor. Well, thinking like a prosecutor has put me in this position. My interest is justice, and it is through a pursuit of the truth. Anybody that has dealt with me, I believe, would tell you I do not look at a case to go, well, let me see how I'm going to get the conviction. How am I going to tailor my case to make sure this person gets convicted? Whether or not a person is or isn't guilty of a crime is not a defense attorney's responsibility. Their concern is whether or not they can represent and zealously represent their client to their client's best interest. As a prosecutor, it is very important to me whether or not a person is or is not guilty. I have always taken the steps to make sure that when we're doing something, we're doing it for the right reasons, and that is through the pursuit of the truth. I have dealt with cases through many of the attorneys that are in here and through many of the attorneys throughout this county and in Cannon County. Each case is an individual and separate case. And as Mr. Parkerson has told you, it's not our job that we always want to send somebody to jail. We do look for alternatives. Alternative means that can be able to help that individual as well as our community. So I believe that my background and my history of dealing with individuals not only in pro se cases in which I'm dealing with people that do not have an attorney, and they're looking to me at that point in time not only as a prosecutor, but I'm the only attorney they're having contact with. They're hoping that I'm going to be straightforward with them and act in their best interest. And as a prosecutor, I've taken that role seriously. So I believe that my background and my dealings with other attorneys will show that I will not look at it from a standpoint of, if I'm judge, I'm a prosecutor's judge. If I'm a judge, I'm the people's judge, and I'm going to be sitting up there for the purpose of justice, equality, impartiality, and fairness. Not for, well, boy, I remember that guy as a prosecutor. Boy, I remember that guy as a defense attorney. Man, he worked real hard, and boy, he always made my cases difficult. It's a different setting, it's a different responsibility, and it's a challenge that I hope to accept.
General Whitesell was fairly confident that you would make an excellent judge. It seemed to be that he was speaking about criminal judge, and it's not to say that he didn't think you would be a fine judge presiding over civil cases, but since the position has been maybe not exclusively but almost always criminal cases, how do you make the adjustment? What's the learning curve for you never having practice in the civil arena?
Obviously, that is going to be one of my biggest challenges should the judges decide to make this a partially civil or all civil type situation.
Still want it if it could be civil?
Absolutely. Absolutely. However, I do believe that it's very telling that they have not made any decisions until they make the determination as to who will be provided. In a jurisdiction in which you do not have any strong criminal background for your judiciary, it is going to hurt that judiciary if it's not provided. It is my belief, if provided with the candidates that will be strong with a criminal background, that court will be maintained that way. If it is not, if they make that choice to go back and say, well, now we're going to give you civil cases, as it's been said by many of the applicants and all the attorneys here know, we were trained our first year of law school how to research the law. Finding out what the law is not something that we are not capable of doing. The hard part and what it takes experience and training to do is being able to apply the law to those facts. I've had experience doing that for over 13 years, 11 of them in a courtroom in front of a jury. The only thing that it will require of me is, in essence, spending some additional time going back, making sure I'm researching the law and understanding the law. That is not something that scares me or I'm afraid of. It's something that I look forward to because it also gives me an opportunity. It gives me an opportunity to expand my knowledge of the law, and it's something that I look forward to if given the opportunity.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, do I have any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Hornsby. Mr. Jenkins will be, or Commissioner Jenkins will be directing the questions to you. He's on your right.
Yes, sir.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You've heard me say that before, but in case you didn't, what do you think the most important two attributes of a good trial judge are?
One is experience. If I could cash in my experience, I'd be a very rich person because, as all of us know, we've made a lot of mistakes in our lives. And the second one would be stepping back and realizing if you're doing a criminal case, a bad act does not necessarily make you a bad person. And this is a person that's in front of you, and whether it's a divorce, criminal matter, this is the most important day for most of these people's entire lives. So you have to have compassion, and I think experience counts a lot.
Tell us about your, without mentioning any names, tell us about your worst experience with the trial judge and how you handled it.
Well, sometimes you have no choice but to be an advocate for your client and let the chips fall. I guess we'll call it the worst case I ever did, is in the military you have convening authorities. They're the equivalent of like super judges. and we had a two-star general at a base I won't even name, was doing things improper. There wasn't a JAG anywhere on the base that would challenge that two-star general. So guess what? I get called out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, got called on to active duty to challenge a two-star general. Was it pleasant? No. This person had a lot of years of experience behind him, but he had stepped over the line. And sometimes you have no choice but to advocate for your client and bring it to the next person's attention. So I had to challenge a two-star general in a case, and as a result, I got the case dismissed, but it was not a tasteful experience. You don't like those instances where you have to go against the judge. But you also have a duty to your client, you have a duty to the system. And in the military, sometimes command influence, which was what's happening here, undue command influence, you have to stand up and protect your client's rights. That was probably the most distasteful part of my whole practice.
There are several veterans on the commission, and they'll probably include myself, and they'll probably understand the nature of a lot of the work that you did in your military experience, but there may be other people who did not. So could you try to summarize for us how you think the extensive military experience that took up, well, really, I guess, complete 2 pages of your application?
Yes, sir. It also took 24 years of my life.
Yeah. and that was in summary form. I acknowledge it was in summary form. Had you expanded, it would have taken a lot more. How does that... I don't have any question that that's very valuable experience, but in terms of stepping into the job that you're now applying for with this circuit judgeship, how does your extensive experience in the military justice system translate into something that's going to be of value to the people in Rutherford and Cannon counties if you're their judge?
If you view a courts-martial as nothing more than a trial, that's what it is. It's a criminal trial. It has a fancy name for it. The rights are pretty much the same. We use a little bit different language here, but my first 4 years of practice, when I came to this town and applied with Frank Fly, and you've met him, he asked me, have you ever done a jury trial before? In the military, everything goes to jury. You have jury sentencing. So if you lose the trial, then you have the jury sentencing afterwards. I had to explain to him, yes, I've done probably 70 jury trials in my first 4 years of active practice. After deciding that it would be best to go into private practice, I wanted to stay in the reserves. They appointed me, I'm going to call it a special defense attorney. If there was a big case in the Air Force that people did not have experience to handle, that was my case. There was a first-degree murder case in Albuquerque, New Mexico. There wasn't one Air Force JAG officer that ever done a first-degree murder case. So guess what? I had litigated a jury trial, a first-degree murder case. So I get called on active duty. When a two-star general is being taken action against him at Barksdale Air Force Base, they want someone senior, and at least at that time I was probably a little bit older, I was lieutenant colonel, and I was able to represent him. So it's nothing more than being an attorney in a system where virtually everything goes to the juries. The system is not as strange as you think it is. 20 years ago, the juries were writing notes. They were keeping notes. They were asking questions. I've been doing that for 30 years in courts-martial. We've finally done that in Tennessee in the past few years. The juries are all college educated. You know, they're generally all officers. It is a good experience, but it just gets you in front of a jury constantly. I've represented every type of offense you could think of, from first-degree murder all the way down to drug offenses, you name it, I've probably done it there. And I've met those clients. And also on the other side, when Arnold Air Force Base needed a prosecution, the first one in their entire history, I had to change my hats and I prosecuted. They didn't have a prosecutor down there, so I've done both sides. I was a special U.S. assistant attorney in San Antonio. If there was a crime that took place on the base, a misdemeanor by a civilian, a DUI for instance, I was the one that went down to federal court, the magistrate down there, to get him prosecuted. So I may be wearing a uniform, but I was practicing law just like most of you here today. I was an attorney. What it did also teach me is there are rules that have to be followed. And I think that doing this for 24 years, there may be rules I don't agree with, but I have to follow the laws. And that's what a judge has to do. You may not agree with the law. You may not agree with what has to be done, but sometimes you have to sacrifice what your beliefs are to do the right thing, and that is the right thing is what the law is. So that taught me there are rules, and I will follow them.
Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Are there any other? Yes, sir. Mr. Burdine.
Colonel, I was reading question number 35 here. What are your reasons for seeking this position? You talked about how you weren't going to do it originally, but
Yes, sir.
you got talked into doing it. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit?
I will. There's times in life where events happen where you sit back and you ask yourself, where am I going? Am I going where I should be going? I had never really sought this position. Over the last 6 months, one of my original mentors, retired judge, had some serious mental problems. I had to get him through that, take over his caseload, take care of his incident. He was a great man, and I had to take over his caseload. Frank Fly, you met him today, had a serious stroke. He's well now. You can see he got up here and he did hurt his brain. But then I just had to ask myself, where am I? Where am I going? For the past few years, well, for the last 20 years, I've been on that treadmill. I have litigated cases. I go to court virtually every day. Mr. McCarter can verify that. And I just had to ask myself, where am I right now? And this was an opportunity. I always envisioned the judge to be older than me, a lot less hair than me. And then I started looking up there and I said, that's me now. You know, I still look in the mirror and I think I'm 30 years of age, but heck, I'm far from that now. And I kind of started realizing maybe I am that person now. Maybe I'm the person. I can offer the experience necessary. One thing I can do is I can handle any type of case. It doesn't make any difference. If you tell me to do a criminal case, I'll be the judge on that today. I could do a preliminary hearing in the morning, a motion to suppress in the afternoon, a divorce later on before the day's out, and I wouldn't have to get a book open because I've done it. And it was just an opportunity. Luckily had 4 children. They're all adults now. One of them's at the Air Force Academy, one's finishing up his college also. And it's like, it's nice to make all the money that you do in private practice, and I had a very, very successful practice. But it was just an opportunity to say, is there another way for me to give back to the community? And this was the decision, maybe this is an opportunity for me at this time. It wasn't anything I saw. I never had this goal to be a judge my entire life. But I was in Germany when this announcement came open, and I kept my phone open, and I kept getting phone calls, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it was just one of those things where I said, well, maybe I should consider it. So my wife and I prayed about it. We decided maybe this is an opportunity for me to give back to the community.
Commissioners, are there any other questions? Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hornsby.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure that you and I have ever met.
I don't think
I know
so.
a little bit about Rogers Hornsby, and I see you're the managing partner of the Rogers Hornsby venture.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
About 20 years ago, Curtis Management Group came to me and they said they want to represent me. And I'm sitting there, who in the heck am I that they want to represent Brad? And they said, well, really, it's not you. They represent all these retired baseball players. And they said, we will sell cards, we will sell memorabilia, and then we'll give you a profit and we'll take a commission off of it. And they represent all the other baseball players. They represent James Dean, Babe Ruth, the Ty Cobb estate. So when you have these new games come out and they want to have these old teams, they can go to Curtis Management, they can put on all the baseball players. They can come out with new cards and they can put all the baseball players. Unfortunately, if you could see, I didn't have his eyes because I'd be making a lot more on the baseball field than I would be here today. But they just came to me and offered to represent his name in selling his products. So as a result, I was the attorney, so I'm one of the 4 grandchildren. So I take the money in, I give out 1099s at the end of the year. My money goes to my children. They get to go towards their college funds.
So Rogers was your grandfather?
He was my grandfather, yes, sir. He, like I said, he was pretty good baseball player. And the only good thing about this, and Bert knows about this, I can get me some tickets for World Series and things like that. I think he's used some of those in the past. But yes, sir, he is my grandfather.
All right, thank you.
Bishop Collins.
Yes, I do have one question. With regard to temperament, how would you describe your temperament as a lawyer, and do you think that that would be something that would be an asset to you as a judge?
Today, yes. I'm not the same person I was 15, 20 years ago. I don't think many of us are. I've been through the system. I have represented people in all types of cases. I know what the attorneys are going through. When they have their client that's telling them to do certain things, I can empathize with the clients. I can empathize with the attorneys. I'm not going to be the federal judge that puts down deadlines. I'm going to be the one that allows them a lot of flexibility, because in a typical case, they know the parties a lot better than I. Doing this for 30 years gets me the opportunity to sit back and realize what has gone on and what I would expect in a judge. What I would expect in a judge is to avoid one of the most serious vices we all have, and it's pride. You know, we all think high of ourselves. We all have somewhat egos. We're all attorneys. We've done this. I have a wife that's an attorney. Luckily, she will bring me to earth really fast. And I've had a standing off for the attorneys in this town. If I get it and ever get to that stage, they have the right to come in and literally kick me in the behind if it gets to that stage. I don't think I will be that person. I will do everything I can. That's something you have to do every day, though, because it's easy to get what most of you have heard, black robe fever. But this is John Smith's most important day when he's in front of you, if that's that person in front of you. The attorneys are doing their job. They need respect. The clients need respect, and sometimes you have to sit back and give them the opportunity to say what they need to say, even though it may not affect the final resolution, because the faith in the system and them having their opportunity to say what they need to say is what drives this system. They need to know this is a system that at least gave them their opportunity. So I think I would have the opportunity to realize when this case is over, whatever case it is, and I've told my clients this a lot of times, I've never lost a case. My clients have. And you have to step back and realize this is not my case. This is their case. They deserve the respect. You need to listen to it, and you need to give it the attention it's due. I think I will have that by being on the other side of the bench for 30 years.
Commissioner Clem.
My job as the vice chair to ask difficult questions on occasion. You did have one BPR complaint that I believe was mentioned. Could you describe that a little bit about a confrontation I believe you had with someone?
Yes, sir. You have to realize, 17 years ago, I was a little bit younger, a little bit more aggressive. I just left a courtroom. I had won. I had set this guy to jail, and that was what I thought I was supposed to do. And he was upset. You can understand that. He came after me. He literally came after me in the hall room. And what I said was, you touched me, and I'm going to knock you down. You're not getting up. Was it said in anger? Heck yeah. Was it legally right? Maybe. Was it right for an attorney to lose his temper? No. That was one of my, I'll call it a stupid tax that I paid years ago. A couple years thereafter, I was in a deposition. A person literally swung at me in a deposition. I learned real quick, just walk away. Judges will handle it, and he did. So at that time, someone comes after me, acts like he's going to swing. I'm not, I'm a bull elephant. I'm not going to back down. Yeah, go ahead. And I shouldn't have done that. Should not have lost my temper. And that's where I made my mistake.
You wouldn't do that again?
No, sir.
Commissioners, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Hornsby. Ms. Henderson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Commissioner Jenkins will be asking your questions. He's to your right.
Good afternoon. Again, for the last time this afternoon, I'm Lewis Jenkins.
We can always draft you again. Sorry.
It's not the last time I'll be Lewis Jenkins. It's the last time I'm going to say that. Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Henderson. And I'll start out by asking you pretty much the same question I ask everybody else. What do you think the two most important attributes of a good trial judge are?
Well, I think they should be compassionate, I think they should be patient. And I think they should have high energy. That's what I think.
Tell me, I guess explain the first one a little bit. What do you mean by you think they should be passionate?
They should believe in their client and what they're seeking. They should strive to achieve what they want to the best of their ability and truly believe in what it is that they want. And if there's any doubt at all about that client, then they should let them know and let them seek other representation.
Maybe I'm perfectly capable of asking a question that's not clear, but I mean, if I said that applied to lawyers, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I'm asking about what do you think the most important attribute of a trial judge is?
Oh, okay.
And I apologize if I didn't speak plainly.
Well, once again, I believe they should be good listeners. I think they should be patient. And I don't think they should stereotype. I don't think they should have any biases at all. And I think they should be quick in reaching a decision. That's a good attribute.
Tell us about your, again, without mentioning any names, we don't want to turn it into a personal thing, but without mentioning any names, tell us what your worst experience with the trial judge has been and how you dealt with that.
Okay. My worst experience was probably, well, there's two, okay? My worst experience is that I was speaking and another attorney was speaking, and it made the court angry, and the court held us in contempt and told us that we were going to go to jail and set us out in the hallway for the deputy to pick us up. That's my worst experience. But then the deputy did not really, he wasn't there to pick us up, and we quit arguing, and the judge brought us back in the courtroom, and we didn't have to go to jail, but it was stressful.
Other repercussions of that?
No.
Did you say there were two? Did I miss one?
Well, there was another one, yes. Well, then there was another one where the judge, I won't mention any names, well, it was the other attorney and myself again were made to, in this particular case, in front of our clients, we were arguing over an evidence issue that I know I was right. And we were arguing over it. And the judge didn't like our tone of voice and made us both go out in the hallway again with our clients there until we could, he said until we could act better. So, and in that case, we came back in and acted better. No, that's it.
I think in either one of those situations that the trial judge handled anything incorrectly, and if you do, how would you do that differently if you were a trial judge?
That first incident where the judge made us sit out in that hallway for that long time waiting for the deputy, I think that was a little uncalled for, and he started screaming at us. I think that was unnecessary too. We're all adults. We would have understood it and gone on instead of having to spend an afternoon doing that.
If you had been the trial judge and two lawyers had been like that in your courtroom, how would you have handled that differently or tried to resolve it differently?
I would have told them to quit speaking over each other. First one speak, then the other speak, instead of start screaming at everybody and throw them out. That's what I would do.
About your application on number 40, in response to the question on number 40, if you need to look at it.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I've said things like that to my partners before when I've gotten an opinion from a court that I didn't agree with. Of course, I equated not agreeing with it being wrong in those circumstances, and I did that. But that honestly, that statement a little bit spot. So I want to give you a chance to explain what you meant by the Supreme Court panel has confused me on this one. Don't get me wrong. You can criticize courts all you want to and criticize their reasoning all you want to, but that question was seeking an answer to that would have sort of given an indication of how you might handle something that appeared to be the law, but with which you didn't personally agree. And I didn't think that was a complete answer.
Okay. This case that I have cited, Mitchell versus Fayetteville Utility Company. Of course, I'm not. You read the case?
I didn't read the opinion
Okay.
in the case.
All right. It is a Supreme Court case, and it was argued in front of the Supreme Court, and it was my case. I'm the plaintiff. It's an electrocution case, and the horrific injuries. My client was a supervisor and made the mistake of taking a glove off to hammer a staple into a pole, on a pole that he truly thought was not charged. There was a charged pole probably 20 feet away, and obviously that was a mistake because he took his glove off, he started hammering, and then this ball of fire came up the pole, and he was electrocuted. Here we go. It came to the issue in the law of willful misconduct. What is willful misconduct? Under the laws of the workers' compensation statute. And there's a whole series of cases. It is based on case law as to its definition. And its definition in those case laws is relatively vague. Even the court understood that. But one thing that is certain is that the Supreme Court always looks at the trial court decisions. I got a favorable decision in the trial court that the witnesses, they get to see these people, their explanations are credible. Credibility is a key. It has always gone up. Well, if they're credible, that's given some kind of weight. Well, in this particular case with the Supreme Court, they decided that my client, committed misconduct. First, it was twice I've been to the Supreme Court. The first time, they couldn't reach a decision. Second time, when I went before them, they decided that my client, indeed, it was misconduct on his part. When the trial court said no, it was not misconduct on his part, not misconduct as pursuant to the workers' comp and law's definition. I cited a case in 1929 exactly on point with this case where they did recover. In this case, they decided that my client had indeed committed willful misconduct. Therefore, they felt he wasn't credible. You can't get that without the other. That is not what I have seen in my 25 years of practicing. I have not seen that. That's why I'm confused as to their decision on that. And so I'm not sitting here telling you oh, I'm not going to follow the law if I become the judge. I'm not going to follow this. No, I'm not saying that at all. I will always apply the law. And I feel like when it comes to these kind of cases, I know the law well. And I know the case law. What I'm saying, though, there is murky issues sometimes that happen, given sets of circumstances where the law is not just black and white. And this case is one of those situations.
Thank you. To follow up with that then, just hypothetically say that you were the trial judge now, and you've got those same facts that you had with your client. And I understand you disagree with the court's decision in that case, but just say hypothetically you've got the same facts now and you're the trial judge. Are you going to follow Mitchell versus Fayetteville Utility Company as precedent?
Well, I had to think about that. But yes, because they spoke and they gave these certain facts. A supervisor should have known better, took the glove off. That's willful. They changed the whole definition in this case. They've changed the law in this case. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Henderson. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any more questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other members of the commission have any questions for this applicant? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Henderson. Mr. Gilley.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. Johnson. Commissioner
Yes.
Johnson.
Thanks.
Sir.
Thank you for being here. We've had some discussion, I think, with a previous applicant about service on the Planning Commission, discussion about how that's kind of judicial in some respects. You're also a member of the City Council here in Murfreesboro, which is obviously legislative, so you've had that experience. Talk about, and I think you've been elected and reelected a number of terms, talk about your experience there and how that would be helpful if you become judge.
First off, from being a member of the City Council, I've been honored by the public to be elected 4 times to that office. And what that has instilled in me and given me the experience of is meeting people from all different walks of life, understanding the issues and the problems they have on a day-to-day basis, whether it be from something as simple as garbage collection or to whether they're going to become a city resident and be annexed into the city. When it comes down to and how they pay their taxes and what their tax dollars are going for, whether it's going to be spent on recreational use or if they have kids in school and they want those tax dollars used toward more teachers or aides for the teachers. You ask also about the Planning Commission. During the entire 12-year plus period that I have served on the City Council, I have been one of the 2 City Council representatives of the Planning Commission. I asked for that appointment when I first went on, and one of the gentlemen on the council who's no longer with us, Mr. John Pittard, congratulated me when I was selected on that and said, you have now asked for an opportunity to irritate every member of this city on any given week. There's never going to be any happy ending to some of the decisions that are made. In a lot of ways, he's right, and he was joking in a lot of what he was saying. But at the same time, when we go through public hearings for either annexation or rezoning, or someone wants to bring a development into town, there are 2 sides to that argument, and we're actually sitting there as judges, if you will. There are citizens who are asking us, don't put this in our backyard, as Mr. Wilson mentioned earlier when he started on the Planning Commission, when he was talking about relocation of roads and that sort of thing. There are other groups saying, bring this to our city. This is going to be great for the community as a whole. And we're having to make those decisions and listen to folks from all different walks of life. Some of those folks are there just on their own, worrying about the value of their own homes. And on the other side of that, you may have a developer who is there with corporate legal counsel and lobbyists with them. My job as a planning commissioner is to treat both sides of that aisle with the same respect and the same dignity as if it was my own home or my own business that we're dealing with. And that's, to me, that's the epitome of what a good judge should do with every case that comes before them.
If you are appointed by the governor, do you, I realize city council's legislative, it's city, the judge is a state judge, it's judicial. Do you plan to resign as city council? Do you see it as any sort of conflict, either a legal conflict or in your ability to do your job as judge or as city council member?
Regardless of whether it's conflict, I would be resigning from that position and dedicating my full attention to the bench.
If you don't receive the appointment as judge, do you plan to run a campaign for election as judge, I assume in 2 years?
Absolutely.
What about your position with the MTSU? How does that teaching position enhance your application as far as your ability to be a judge?
Mr. Walter, when he spoke on my behalf earlier today, mentioned that part of the role of a good judge is to help teach lawyers to some extent. A lot of us don't see a lot of jury, even those of us who are jury trial attorneys, don't see a lot of jury trials anymore in this modern age of mediation and arbitration. That's just a fact of the way that the practice has evolved, if you will. But what teaching allows me to do, and the two courses that I teach are legal in nature. One is commercial law, one is insurance law. The insurance law class is an upper level elective, junior, senior level class for accounting and business law majors. The commercial law class is a required course for juniors or seniors who are accounting majors, and it is designed to prepare them for the legal quarter portion of the CPA exam. And what teaching allows me to do is on a weekly basis or explain legal terms to folks who are not lawyers, just as we do as lawyers with jurors, to members of the jury, and to our clients, and judges should be able to do to litigants who come before them. No one should ever really leave a courtroom with a gaze on their eyes after a judge has ruled either for or against them, having to go back to their lawyer's office and say, please tell me what he or she just did or said, because I don't understand it. A judge should have the ability to explain not just to the lawyers, but to the litigants and their families as they're in that courtroom what's going on and make them feel at ease with the entire process.
You plan to continue teaching if you're appointed as judge?
I would. I teach one night a week, one in the spring, one in the fall.
Okay. On the reverse side for you, your application doesn't really show a lot of criminal court experience. This has typically been a criminal type forum or judgeship. If the judges come to you and say, congratulations, but we're not going to take any of these criminal cases, they're all yours, how are you going to get up to speed on that?
I have a unique background compared to some of the other applicants in that I completed 2 years of graduate work in criminal justice. One of my minors in college was criminal justice administration, and I feel very confident that I will be able to get caught up to speed very quickly in that regard. But one thing that I would point out is that when this similar body was faced with this same question a number of years ago when Judge Steve Daniel, who's here with us today, as a matter of fact, stepped down to take senior status, he was primarily handling criminal cases. And the committee gave its 3 nominees, and the governor appointed, who's now Judge Mark Rogers, who had primarily had a civil background and practice. The point that I'm getting around to is that our bench, whether it is by virtue of the election cycle or virtue of an appointment, has done a phenomenal job of working together to look at the strengths and what each of the members of our bench bring to the table and assigning the docket to them that is most appropriate for their background. Judge Rogers ended up having a civil docket, not a criminal docket. My understanding is now that he has an interest in taking on more of a criminal load. Regardless of what the rest of the bench feels would be most appropriate for my caseload to be, I am more than willing and more than confident that I can be able to handle that.
I notice you're a mediator. How much is mediation incorporated by the judges today? And if it becomes your courtroom, give us kind of like in the question I asked earlier, the feel of your courtroom. Will it include mediation? Tell us about that.
I don't think anyone should ever be forced to go to mediation. That defeats the entire process of what mediation is designed to be about. I think that any good judge should, if it's a case that at all possible looks like it is something that can be resolved outside the courtroom, mediation should be strongly encouraged. What I have learned in my mediation practice is that oftentimes litigants are looking for someone to listen to them and to pay attention to what they have to say. Sometimes they think that's what they've hired their lawyer to do, and if we're good lawyers, that's what we have done. But more times than not, that's not always the case. And I gave an example in my application packet of an individual who the mother of his child was wanting to move to another state. There was nothing in the law on his side as far as child support guidelines, anything like that. It was really something that was more or less should have been cut and dried. Here's what his child support would be. Here's what the living arrangements would be. When it came down to it, and he was representing himself, when it came down to it, all he really wanted was for someone to listen to how this woman had broken his heart and to give him some sympathy in that regard. And I let him sit in a meeting room with me by himself, and he cried for a long time. And he told me all about their relationship, how much he cared for his child, how much he really wanted the mother of his child to be able to move on with her life and everything to be best for his child, but that nobody had ever bothered to ask him how he felt. And to me, that's a huge role of mediation. Another example I can give you in that regard is just last week, I mediated a case that we spent virtually the entire day over. It was a construction case where someone had spent almost $500,000 on their dream home, and 3 rooms of the house leaked, and it had been leaking for 5 years. The builder was on the virtue of going bankrupt, and he wanted nothing more than to try to make the house right, but couldn't do it. The litigants, the plaintiffs, had spent almost $50,000 of their own money in expenses just to get to the point they were a month from trial. And what I had to sit down and help them understand along with their attorney is if the builder ends up filing bankruptcy, where is that going to leave you? If I can get you part of your money back today, even though it's never going to make you whole, is that going to help you bring closure to this emotional chapter of your life? That's what mediation brings to the table in all pieces of litigation. And I think judges should never force mediation on people, but it should be strongly encouraged, especially in those situations.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the switch is hard to see down at the bottom there, Olin.
Thank you. One of your speakers, Mr. Waldron, said that he thought that you had a genuine heart for the type of people that he represented, the working class. It appeared from my review of your summary that a significant portion of your practice involves civil work, representation of insurance companies. Do you represent any individuals in the tort arena?
I do. From time to time, I represent plaintiffs both in straight line tort litigation, also plaintiffs in worker compensation litigation. So I do represent both entities.
What is the percentage of plaintiff versus the defense side?
My defense practice is probably about 6 or 7 times what my plaintiff practice is.
Thank you.
One thing, Commissioner Haynes, that I would like to follow up with that is what Mr. Waldron alluded to, is my father started working in a factory from the day he graduated from high school until the plant closed down and he went into early retirement. My mother spent her life until she retired as a bank teller. And I think what Mr. Waldron or any other member of the plaintiffs' bar in this community will tell you that has ever had a worker compensation claim where I've been defending on the other side, or a car accident case where I've been representing someone where I've been retained through their insurance company, is I do not feel that it is my responsibility to try to see just how little my carrier, regardless of what they want, to try to get out of pay. My job, more times than not, I feel, is to go to my carrier and to say, this is the right thing to do. This is what this individual is owed. I will fight for you as long as that's what you're asking me to do. But as long as you're asking me for my valid legal opinion and what's moral and what's just in this situation, I keep one thought in mind, and that is the fact that I look at every one of those plaintiffs on the other side of me as my own father, and then coming back from that is the thought that he never would have asked for more than he was entitled to.
Can't find it now, but did I see somewhere in here that you're also on the sewer authority?
As part of my duties as a member of the City Council, each one of us serve on 3 or 4 boards or commissions. For about 9 or 10 years, I served on the Water and Sewer Board. With the new city election this last time around, I was moved from Water and Sewer at my request to the Murfreesboro Electric Department. But yes, I did serve on the Sewer Board.
Sewer authority have as contentious issues here in Rutherford County as that does in some other parts of the state. I can tell you, at least down in Hamilton County, nothing prepared me. Not years in the legislature, not election contests, not jury trials, for the politics that goes on in a sewer authority meeting. I mean, between the plumbers, the contractors, the real estate developers, the commissioners, the city councilmen, then once you get out of that room and you go into the next room, the EPA and TDEC. I mean, it's just, have you had any experience there that would help you as being a judge? I mean, I find it very contentious, at least in southeast Tennessee.
It has not been as contentious here as what you were describing. We've been very blessed in that regard. But what I can describe to you as that our community has exploded with growth over the last several years, sewer capacity has dwindled dramatically. And the contentious effort issues that you come to are when large developments come in and want to suck up what's left of the potential sewer capacity in a given area. Another area, though, of contention that came up during my last 2 years on that board was when the real estate boom and the development market started to slow down in this area just as it did in the rest of the world. We were asked to consider lowering assessment fees for a period of time to see if it would encourage development. As you can imagine, the contention arises between the ratepayer, the taxpayer, if you will, ratepayer when you're talking about the water and sewer rates, versus the development community saying these are my tax dollars, these are my rates that are going to suffer because of this, and the development community saying we're laying people off, there are folks without jobs, houses aren't being built, businesses aren't being brought here anymore because of this. The solution that I was able to help foster and come up with was that we try this for a specific period of time. We review it at the end of that period of time, and if there were no significant increases in building permits being issued during that time that reflected that the economy was being improved, then it would go back to the higher rate. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Spencer.
Gilly, I appreciate your application and you being here. Help me with this one thing. As I read your application, I read that you're a public service, unbelievable. You've got a family, I don't know how they see you, but city council, planning commission, water board, election department, or election board, I think, sewer board, your job. Help me understand if I come before you as circuit judge and I'm a resident of the local housing authority and I'm being evicted. Help me something in your life that tells me that you'll understand my plight.
I go back to the family upbringing that I have. I've talked a little bit about my parents and the way that I was brought up. I'm a first-generation college graduate. There are very few people in my age range that I think that you find the ability to say that anymore. And I wear that badge of honor very, very proudly. The other background that I have that I would bring to you from a family is one grandfather was a minister. The other was law enforcement with the Game and Fish Authority. He was a game warden. And he was a game warden in an area up in Grundy County during his practice with that commission. And more times than not, what he was faced with a decision was to take a kill away from someone who was needing it simply for the fact that their family was going to go hungry if they didn't bring that animal, that deer, that wildlife back home, or whether to cut them a break. And he knew very quickly, learned over the years, which ones were really needing that and were going to do their best not to have to go through that process again versus the ones that really weren't learning their lesson. The same thing comes up when you're talking about someone who's living in public housing and may be evicted. If that individual is doing absolutely the best that they can, and this is the first time that they've come up in that situation, and they are needing to someone to allow them to try to make a better start and to do better, I applaud them for the fact that they're there. On the other hand, if it's someone that is, you can tell that has been abusing the system in that regard, then justice has two sides of the coin with those two situations, if you will, Commissioner Spitzer.
Any other? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Githey. Mr. Catron. Mr. Catron, Commissioner Johnson will be asking your questions. He's to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Catron, for being here. I want to start out with the life experience questions. On page 12 of your application, you've got a good story about your early employment under your father at his truck stop, and a lot of us have read it there, but do you care to talk about that or expand on it?
Absolutely. My father didn't go to college. He managed a truck stop, and a lot of times growing up that was hard for me. You know, my dad wasn't rich, but he worked hard, and he put me in that job for one reason, to teach me a lesson, and I thought, this is going to be cool. You know, I'm the boss's son. I'm going to sit behind the cash register, listen to music. No, first day there, I'm cleaning a shower that I think 3 or 4 truck drivers, not at the same time, had gone there and taken showers. And I thought, this is horrible. You know, Dad, why am I here? And he explained to me that if you read on further in that, it was a time in my life when it could have gone one of 2 ways. And it was going the wrong way. And it straightened me up. You can lead or you can follow. And I didn't want to follow after that. I wanted to lead. And that's what I plan to do, and I think that's what that taught me. And it led, a tragedy kind of led through all that. And you know, tragedy, I don't want to say it shaped me, but it certainly sent me in the right path. And it also has, tragedy also almost cost me from being here. You know, when I was in law school, there was after my first semester, an individual brought a gun to school, and he killed our dean, our contracts professor, and one of our fellow students. And I was thinking, this was in Grundy, Virginia, and I was thinking, wow, either everybody in Southwest Virginia is crazy or lawyers are crazy, and I don't know that I can do this. And I remember going, talking to my family, and it's use this to make you better. Use this as an example on what you can do in life to help people out.
Word of caution, obviously I'm a lawyer, but I'm also from Southwest Virginia. So, my mother was born in Grundy, Virginia, and I don't... You
know exactly what I'm talking about.
Went to high school in Richlands, but some of our upper northeast Tennessee folks probably know a little bit more about Appalachian Law School in the area around Grundy, Virginia, but for the rest of our members, it can give us just your perspective and explain what Grundy, Virginia is like. It's very unique. There's a law school there.
Grundy is it's probably the perfect place for a law school, and you probably understand that. There is nothing in Grundy, Virginia. There are mountains, there are coal mines, there are closed coal mines. Actually, I believe now, since I've graduated, I've gotten a Walmart. It's the first two-story Walmart, but there's just simply nothing there. So it's really a good spot for law school because you have no choice but to study. What else are you going to do? And luckily, my wife was in law school at UT Knoxville at the time, so I did have a chance to get out of there sometimes. But it's so unique in the situation is that it's really a poor community. There's not the coal industry, I guess, is just not what it used to be 30 years ago. But it's really run down, and they force us to do, and I shouldn't say force, but it's part of the curriculum. You have to do public service work through the law school. You don't get credit for it, but you have to do it, and you have to do so many hours per semester. I think that's great because in that area of the country, as you know, it's not flourishing. Not that any place is right now, but Murfreesboro's booming. Grundy, Virginia's not. And it forces the students to actually get out and see the different perspectives in life that they're not going to see, that I certainly didn't see growing up in Murfreesboro. I got to see things that just blew my mind.
Let me talk about another subject here. Obviously, Burt McCarter, your partner, is part of the commission, and some of your fellow applicants or other members of the bar might perceive that you have a leg up in this process in that respect. Of course, all of us have heard Commissioner McCarter's announcement that he's not going to participate in the voting until you're no longer part of the voting or you're already on the nomination list. And then as a part of that question, I'm kind of curious about this survey. We've asked a couple of people about that. Maybe address both those issues together if you can.
Well, I think I'll address the survey. I don't know why people vote the way that they vote. I respect their vote. And I was with one of my other law partners, not Burt, when it came out, and I said, I can do one of two things here before I open this. I'm either going to be really happy or I'm going to be mad. Either way, I'm only going to let it last for a few seconds. And I was like, that's selfish. If I get angry at this, it's their opinion. And some people, that's what they want me to do. They want me to get angry at it. And I try to be a better person than that. And if I get excited about, I did so great in this poll, one of my best friends, one of my very close friends is applying for the job, and all of these people are well qualified, and I know all of them very well. And that's not really fair to them. I'm a better person than that. But as far as, Bert's role in this, he's my law partner, great friend, one of my best. Did not encourage me to do this. In fact, I went to him, and he point blank told me, I'm not going to vote for you. And kind of not voting for you, it's a vote against you, and I guess in a sense, because he can't vote for me. But he knows that I've had a desire to be a judge since I started practicing with him and since I've met him. I don't think a lot of people in the local bar understand that he and I have had very frank conversations about this, and it's not that we are trying to get a leg up on any competition. I've got a big enough hurdle to get over, and that I'm 33 years old. I've been practicing for almost 8 years. So I've got a bigger hurdle probably than anybody to get over. And really, Burt being on the commission probably hurt me with the survey. So that just made it, and that made it that much more difficult. But what better motivation than people thinking you can't do something? That fires me up. I'll be honest, the whole applying for this job, it can drain me. And it drained me. And when I saw those results, it fired me up. I was like, that is the best motivation I can get, is somebody telling me I cannot do something. And I know that's not exactly what they said, but that's how I read it. And it fired me up for this. And the other way I look at the survey is this. More people either had no opinion of me or liked me or really liked me. With those odds, I could run for president. I mean, that's pretty good. It's better approval rating than a lot of our politicians got right now.
Okay. Let's say that it's not a choice of this position being a mixture of civil or criminal. It's one or the other, either criminal judge, civil judge. Which are you better suited for?
I think that my almost 8 years of experience, I will stack up against any candidate here from the standpoint that I have done both extensively. I have done a lot of criminal work. I have done a lot of domestic work. I have done a lot of insurance defense. I have done plaintiff's work. I have done disability work. I have done it all. I think I fit perfectly into the position because those guys over there in that building, they don't have to make a change. They can do exactly what they're going to do. I can go directly into one of them, whatever they want me to do. Look, those are the senior guys. I'm not coming in to step on anybody's toes. You know, I've kind of taken the approach to this is I'm not applying for a job. I want to create a job. And what I mean by that is I want to expand what a judge does. I want to take what those guys are doing. I want to take the experience that, again, I'll stack up with anybody, and I want to apply that to the citizens of Rutherford County, and I can do both. And I can make it work. And it won't inconvenience the court, and the dockets won't miss a beat.
What about your jury trial experience?
I've had 4 jury trials. It doesn't sound like a lot probably to the general public, but there aren't a lot of jury trials anymore. In fact, I was supposed to start a 4-day jury trial on Monday. We settled that case late yesterday afternoon. I've had criminal jury trials. I've had civil jury trials. I love it. I love being able to interact with the jury. I think that is a lot of attorneys, especially younger attorneys, they get scared off by the whole jury process. You have 14 people, then 12 are going to make a decision on this. What better way to serve your community than to let them see what you can do? And I believe my experience with that, though, look, I certainly don't have as much as some, but I've got more than others. And I'm perfectly capable.
You don't receive the appointment. Do you plan to run for this position in 2 years?
Without a doubt. When you say this position, I don't know if it would be this actual circuit position, but they're all coming open. But without a doubt, I will be running.
I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman.
It's been enjoyable working with your partner here, but did want to make it clear that
I don't get to see him every day, though.
That's my point as far as this committee. This committee works well together, but we're from all over the state. We're from Memphis to Bristol. We don't really communicate between meetings. I really haven't spoken to your partner since our last meeting in Jackson, other than at dinner last night, and I don't know that your name came up. We weren't talking about you.
That's good or bad.
So the only reason we generally talk between meetings is just to schedule the date, schedule the interviews, and then find out who's coming so that we make sure we have a quorum. But you have a fine partner, but I want you to know he has not lobbied really behind the scenes on your behalf.
Commissioner Sims. I've been meaning to ask this question for a couple of rounds here, so I'll just ask you. With respect to the bar survey, who was in the pool of people who were surveyed?
As far as I know, I would certainly have to check with the officers of the Rutherford County Bar Association, but it was paying members of the association. It was actually conducted by the Nashville Bar Association, is my understanding, through I think it's SurveyMonkey or something, some website that does that. So it was paying members. I know there was a lot that didn't vote. I don't know if that would have been good or bad for me, but there was a lot that didn't vote. But as far as I know, it was members of the Rutherford County Bar Association. That could be an attorney in Memphis, for all I know. As long as they paid their dues, they could vote.
Do you know how many paying members of that bar association there are?
I would say around, I think 107.
Okay. And are surveys regularly conducted for judicial vacancies by this bar association?
To my knowledge, yes. this is the first one as far as a judge either retired, taking senior status, that has come open since I've been practicing. Judge Rogers stepping in for Judge Daniel would have been the last one. I believe he was sworn in the same month that I received my license. So I was not privy to that at that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Catcher.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Barnes. Ms. Barnes, Commissioner Collins will be directing the primary questioning.
Thank you. And may I say thank you for hanging in for what's been a long day for all of you. Usually having the last name Barnes wins me the advantage of being first, but I see you flip the script, and so now I'm last, and I just hope that I can not bore you if you're getting to the point where you're tired. So thank you for being here today, and I'm grateful to be able to present before you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Now you know how the W's feel. My first question to you, I see that you were an associate at a firm, Waller Langston, and then went to Bassbury and Sims. And at Bassbury and Sims, you designated yourself as a staff attorney rather than an associate. Does that have any special meaning, or?
Well, that was a program that started about a year before I went to Bassbury and Sims. Basically, what it meant is that instead of being someone that would be on the partnership track, they had a staff attorney role where you worked full-time. It wasn't a part-time position, but you weren't on the partnership track. And I took that role because it was around that time that I had my first child. And I had had a very fulfilling career at Waller Langston, had handled many, many cases, and was a ramped-up attorney, 13, 14-hour days, and I began to grow concerned about whether or not I was going to be able to make that work starting a new family. And so I had the opportunity, and it was actually recruited by Bassbury and Sims because someone that I had worked with at Waller thought well of me, had become a staff attorney at that firm, and knew that I was making some life transitions and recommended me. And so that's basically how the position was designated as staff attorney.
If you were appointed judge, would you have any limitations on your work schedule? I mean, in light of that, I mean, would you be planning to work a full day, whatever it is, 8:30 to 5 or 8:30 to 6, if something got running late, even that? Because I know with some jury trials you can hold over, till later at night.
Absolutely. I work full-time in my current role as the Smyrna Municipal Court judge, and I work a schedule that is 8 to 4:30, but on specific days of the week where I have longer dockets, I already have a support system in place where my family is taken care of, because usually at least 2 evenings a week I'm there past 4:30. We share district attorneys and public defenders with the county sessions and circuit court. So those same lawyers that handle cases in our county seat here in Murfreesboro, once they're finished, come to the court in Smyrna to handle the cases that we have. And what that means is that means I'm often there late on certain days of the week, specifically usually on Tuesdays. So I work a full day, I work a long day, and I've made accommodations for my family so that I can make that work. But I definitely do work full-time, yes.
For those of us, it's different from county to county and how it works with the municipal court. And so I just want to get a better feel of your role as a municipal judge.
My role as a municipal judge is unique because our court is one of 20 or so courts in the state of Tennessee that have concurrent general sessions jurisdiction with the General Sessions Court. And that is by special legislation for our court. And there aren't going to be any more of those courts that are going to be formed in that way, is my understanding, because the legislature sort of ended that program. But programs like our court have been grandfathered into it. And we only handle the criminal general sessions cases. And so I do preliminary hearings on felony charges, I do bench trials on misdemeanors, I have countless hearings, violation of probation hearings, I sentence people up to 11 months, 29 days, and that takes up the majority of my time as a judge for Smyrna. I do also hear municipal cases, municipal code violations. You have an opinion that I wrote as one of my writing samples as an example of the kinds of municipal code issues that come up in our court. And I also handle traffic offenses. So it's a very diverse judgeship, which I've enjoyed. It keeps me on my toes, and it gives me the type of variety that I enjoyed as a lawyer, and that now I've been able to continue to enjoy as a judge.
What type of the cases that come to the municipal court versus the other general sessions court? Do you get a specific type of case, or how's that determined?
Anytime there's an alleged violation of the municipal code, our codes officers will write a citation or ticket, and that will come to court before me. Specifically ones that are contested, I have a hearing, and for example, the opinion that you have in your folder, we have a municipal code book that's about this thick, and there I see violations, everything from parking too many cars on your property, if you live in a residential neighborhood, all the way up to codes enforcement that has to do with our local businesses. And so the example that you have in your materials is a case in which, for example, there was a business owner who ran a furniture company, and he had trailers on his property where the business was, and he had been grandfathered in, or felt he had been grandfathered in, and was entitled to protection under a specific statute to be able to keep those trailers on his property, even though after he had been annexed, codes provisions would not allow that. And so that's sort of an example of the types of cases that I would hear.
Several folks have been asked here today about their jury trial experience, since whether it's criminal or civil, that will be the main job of this trial judge. What is your jury trial experience?
Let me say that I have handled more bench trials than I can handle, than I can count as an attorney and as a judge. So I have a lot of experience with bench trials. With jury trials, I've only handled 2 jury trials from start to finish. However, I've prepped for dozens of jury trials. I've done the preparation for the witnesses, planned strategy for voir dire, and what would happen, a lot of my practice as a civil litigation attorney consisted of employment law or representing big businesses. And what would often happen is our clients would either become gun-shy about going before juries, feeling like they might not fare well, and so they would often be more inclined towards settlement. Or oftentimes we would get to the courthouse steps and the case would settle there. There have been many instances of which I've won cases that I've been preparing for trial on summary judgment motion. I had a very successful summary judgment motion practice. I had a good record with winning cases on their face, which I'm proud of. But that would summarize my experience with jury trials. But let me say that I do feel very qualified to be able to fill this particular position because of the experience that I've had with bench trials, not only as a lawyer but as a judge. And in those bench trials and hearings, preliminary hearings, I've had to make evidentiary rulings, credibility determinations with regard to witnesses that have come before me, and make findings of fact and issue orders. And I've done that on a high-volume basis. Of course, you know the general sessions courts are high-volume courts, and I handle over 12,000 cases a year. And it's been my honor to serve as the Smyrna Municipal General Sessions Court judge in that role. I've gained invaluable experience that is just different from the practice of law, sitting as a judge. And so I offer that as my experience to the commission for this position.
regard to the 2 jury trials that you had, what was your role? Were you lead counsel or were you second chair? Or
I was
what did you?
second chair in both.
Now, since you've been a judge for a period of time, is there anything that you think, if you were a circuit court judge, is there anything that you think you can do better as a judge than you're currently doing?
Interesting question. I will tell you that when I first took the bench, the one thing about being a judge that I would highlight that's very different from being a lawyer is issues involving case management. And it's crucial for judges to be able to handle their case management properly, particularly when you're a sessions court judge and you handle thousands of cases a year. And I just can't imagine, I can't think of anything that prepared me as a lawyer for what I would have to do as a judge in that regard. Little things like setting of cases, managing a docket, making sure the lawyers are pushing the litigation forward and not delaying things. I find that, and I remember being a lawyer, that the nature of the practice is you've got so many balls in the air and you've got so many clients that sometimes you may have a tendency to want to put things off so that you can focus on whatever fire is burning at the moment. And so I feel that as a judge, my job is to make sure that the cases are moving forward and the docket is not getting clogged with a backlog of cases. And so I put in some procedures and made some changes to the Smyrna Court in order to bring that up to par. I would say that when I first got on the bench, that was difficult for me. And what I did is I sought counsel of other judges. I have a good relationship with the judges in Rutherford and Cannon County, and we call each other, and I don't hesitate to pick up the phone and ask for advice, especially early on in my judgeship, in order to do what I needed to do in order to get the docket running efficiently and appropriately for my court. And so I would say that was one of the biggest challenges that I had when I first took the bench. But now I feel very confident, and I hit my stride probably about my second year in, where I've got case management down. And I think that's an important thing, because I've been in courts where you could tell that case management was not being attended to.
I see one of the best programs that I think that we have in the state is the Leadership Law Program, and I saw that you were part of the first class of that. Can you tell me what from that experience that you learned that would help you both as a lawyer and then specifically as a judge?
I came away with so many rewarding experiences from the Leadership Law Program, and I'm glad you asked me that. What I would say is I learned a lot about the diversity of our bar in the state of Tennessee. I got an opportunity to see different perspectives, from the solo practitioner to the big law firm lawyer, which was what I was in my attorney practice. And I came away with invaluable information about how those lawyers operate in practices that weren't the same as mine, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. And it's given me a lot of good perspective to be able to say that I spent a significant amount of time with people from diverse practices, and it's helped me on the bench to be able to relate to lawyers that come to court. Because we talked a lot about different challenges that lawyers face depending on what type of practice they have. And I got some insights into different practices that has, like I said, helped me, I believe, in being able to relate to lawyers and understand them and apply that in my current role.
One last question. What is the best quality that you have that you think that you would bring to the bench? You know, what makes you, rise compared to the other applicants, or just what who you are? What do you think is the most important quality that you have that you would bring to the bench?
I would say that there are two qualities that come to mind that I think that I possess. One is I believe that I have the proper temperament for a judge. Anyone that comes in my courtroom, whether it be a lawyer, a litigant, defense or prosecution, plaintiff or defendant, I am courteous to everyone, and I demand courtesy amongst the litigants and lawyers in the courtroom. I have a very even keel temperament. I'm not one who gets angry often. It really takes a lot to get a rise out of me, and I don't know that you'll ever even see a rise out of me in court. I think my husband is the only one who can really get my gander up, but I have a very, very even temperament, and I think that's very important for judges, because I think that people look to the judiciary, and they want to see a judiciary that is respectful to all the litigants and that is dignified, and I value that, and I think that's important, and so I think that's an important attribute that I have. Another thing that I think that I think is important is good judgment, because that's what we're there to do. We're there to perform our jobs as a judge. And there are times when litigants come before me, and of course advocacy, the whole idea of advocacy is to persuade the judge as to what you want the outcome to be, so that it is that you get the outcome that you're advocating for. But I got to tell you, there have been times when I've had parties before me that are advocating for a result that I don't think is right on either side. And first and foremost, I want to apply the law, and I want to apply it correctly. And I think knowledge of the law is important. But I can give you an example that I recall. I handle domestic assault cases, and I remember a particular case where there was a young woman who had been victimized more than once by the particular defendant that had come before me, and she had been injured pretty badly. But the prosecutor and defense counsel had agreed to a settlement, and they had agreed to some jail time and a period of probation. And there's a part on our form order, that talks about whether or not there should be contact between the victim and the defendant during the period of probation. And on this particular case, sometimes the prosecutor or defense attorney will have an opinion, and they'll put it on there and they'll agree to it. But on this particular case, they had put submit to the judge as to whether or not they should have contact. And so the victim and the defendant came before me, and the victim was in tears. She begged me to allow her to have contact with her alleged abuser, or her admitted abuser, because he had pled guilty. He had just pled guilty before me. And this happens a lot on my domestic cases, where the victims, they want to be back with the person that has done whatever they've done to them. And despite the fact that both the defendant and the victim were asking for me to allow them to be together, I knew the law, and I knew that I had a duty to do some things to make sure that the victim was going to be safe. And so I applied that law, and I came to the judgment that I felt was best in that situation. And when I made my ruling and I told him that he was not going to be able to have contact with her during the period of his probation, she put on quite a show, and I had to rein her in and calm her down. We had to get out the tissue. She was in tears, and explain to her why I was doing what I was doing. But I'll tell you, a few months later, I received a letter from her. This was back in 2008, and I kept it with me because it really had an impact on me. And I'm just going to read. It's a very long letter. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read some excerpt. It says, "I want you to know how grateful I am for your decision on the stay-away order. I know in court I didn't act that way, but please understand I was afraid of him and afraid to do anything. Your decision now has given me the power to change my situation. Sometimes women like me need to make someone to make decisions for them. And when you've been abused for so long, it tears down who you are. You've made it so I have power to keep him away. And I've not had a voice for myself in a long time. Please know that sometimes in court, when women like me come before you that might act the way I did, wanting to save the men that have abused them, that you enforcing stay-away orders, the chances are that you're giving them and me the voice that we've lost in all the abuse that we've been through. Keep doing what you do. You're saving lives, sincerely, and she signed it. And I keep that with me because it's a reminder to me that I have to exercise good judgment, that I have to apply the law and do what I think is right, despite what the parties may be arguing. And it reminds me how important the work we do as judges is, and it has an impact on the lives of others.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Escobar.
I just wanted to say I was before you many times, and I always appreciated the way you treated me. You were always courteous. You were always even-tempered.
Thank you.
And for everyone to appreciate, court in Smyrna, before you were there, started at 7 p.m.? Is that when it started? And it would go till 11, 12 p.m., and you made a lot of changes to that court. And I hope that if you got this position, you would make changes and think of new ideas here in Murfreesboro and Cannon County. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your service in taking appointed cases.
Commissioners, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Barnes. Commissioners, we will take now a 10-minute break, and I do mean 10 minutes on this one. We have no warm cookies coming out. So let's go ahead and take a short break, and then we'll get on to the voting. When you have finished voting, if you would kindly tender them to the secretary, who will give them to the ALC representatives. Commissioner Quinn was much faster at getting this done when he was the secretary. For the members of the audience, it is required that a minimum of 9 votes.
That's what I was going to.
Okay. Well, you want to do it? That's more than fine. I'll let you do it. Okay.
By statute, there's 17 members. I think it was probably an error in the legislative intent, but the statute says it needs to be a majority of the people on the committee. That means 9 out of 17, not a majority of the people that show up or attend. So we have to have 9 people actually approve before you can move on to be one of the 3, even if there's only 15 of us here or 14 of us voting. It still takes 9 because that's how the statute was written.
I also want to congratulate, or at least tell the applicants, and we've done this now for 3 years, 3.5 years. It's not an easy thing to put your life out and expose yourself sort of like you've had to have done. I wouldn't do it if the roles were reversed, and I want to tell you how impressed, and I know I speak for the entire commission, we are that you're willing to do this to yourselves. It's not easy. It's hard. Questioning is not the easiest in the world sometimes, and it takes an extremely brave person to do it. So my hat is off to you all. You're willing to serve, and you should be proud of all of yourselves. You did a great job. Well, the counting votes, commissioners, we will be in Memphis next Friday. We'll be at Memphis State Law School. At the university. Excuse me. I'm a few years behind, okay? I didn't call it Tiger High. We'll be we'll be at the University of Memphis Law School for the 30th Judicial Conference vacancy that we have over there for Judge Folks, and we'll have a substitute chair for those meetings at that time. I'm gonna have Mary's gonna sit. I'll sit like she does. I'll sit in the back. Yeah, I'm going. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right. The vote tally is as follows. For Barnes, 5, Ketron, 4, Gilly, 2, Henderson, 0, Hornsby, 4, Lynch, 2, Parkerson, 1, Perkins, 5, Polk, 0, Siskin, 7, 2 for Tidwell, 0 for Woodrick, and 10 for Howard Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you have been nominated. Ms. Woodrick, Mr. Polk, Ms. Henderson, you have been eliminated. We will now go to the second round. And if we can, Commissioners, if you will mark your ballots for the second round, you will eliminate Woodrick, Polk, Henderson from your votes, and Wilson. Slower? Yes. Okay. You will be voting for 2. This is the second round. If you would, strike out Woodrick, Polk, Henderson, and Wilson. Vote for 2. Don't forget to put 2 on the top of your vote, please. Yes, sir. Also, for the record, and let the record indicate that Commissioner McCarter is not voting or participating.
I think we need to do that, but I think we need to vote. I agree with the result.
Members of the commission, we had one ballot that was improper. By rules, it's a parliamentary issue. Discussions with the parliamentarian, which is the vice chairman in this issue, is that we would have to vote to invalidate that round because we had one improperly submitted ballot. Is that correct?
Can we explain why it was improper?
Go ahead, please.
Well, I'm not sure. They voted for 3? It looks like someone voted, and I don't know who, that's obviously a secret ballot, but you voted for 3. You can only vote for 2 in this round, okay? So we don't know which. Yeah. So yes, we could vote for 3 in the first round, but one's moved on. We only have 2 more slots. So you can only vote for.
Need a motion.
Can I have a motion to invalidate that, and let's vote again? Okay, second. Okay.
Call the question.
All in favor?
All right.
All opposed? No.
All right.
Okay, let's vote again. Do round 2.
Vote.
Actually, vote. We need to identify the ballot. 2A, yes. Put 2A on it, and this time only vote for 2.
I'm getting ready to get it. Give me a second. If we would please, ladies and gentlemen, mark off Woodrick, Polk, Henderson, and Wilson. Please put at the top of your ballot, round 2A, vote for only 2. Steal it. I figured that's what it was. At least I'd get something back for a change. Hell, I'm not going to cross my. Are all the ballots been submitted? All right. Okay. Folks, all right, the results of round 2A. Barnes, 5. Catron, 4. Gilly, 0. Hornsby, 3. Lynch, 2. Parkerson, 2. Perkins, 2. Siskin, 9. Tidwell, 1. In this round, Mr. Gilly was eliminated. Mr. Siskin moves on and has received sufficient votes for recommendation to the governor. We'll go into round 3, but at this time I'm going to ask members of the commission, is there any feeling whether or not we need to have discussion? I'm getting blank stares from across my constituency. Then let's go on and have round 3. I'll give that back. We'll be crossing out the following ones. We will cross out Gilly, Henderson, Polk, Siskin, Woodrick, and Wilson. We will vote for 1. Please put at the top of the page 3. This is round 3. Vote for 1. Thank you, Secretary. Has every member voted? Has every member submitted their ballot to the Secretary? Part of my Memphis delegation. Going to be doing this for a while? Yep. Doesn't look like enough votes, is it? I guess it is. All right. Amazing. The results of round 3, we have, and again, for the record, Commissioner McCarter did not participate. Barnes 4, Ketron 3, Hornsby 3, Lynch 1, Perkins 2, Parkerson 0, Tidwell 1. Mr. Parkerson has been eliminated. No one was nominated on this particular round, so we're going to open for some discussion, I think, this time. Yes, sir. Louis, you have a look like you wanted to say something. You don't want to say anything. You sure? Well, I mean, it's the children in the back that have been sort of. All right. On this round, we will be crossing out Gilly, Henderson, Parkerson, Polk, Siskin, Widrick, and Wilson. Please put round 4, since nobody wanted to discuss anything. We are now in round 4. Vote for 1. And only 1. Actually, okay, sorry. We lost something. Are we short again? Where is our vice chair? I don't want to go ahead without the vice chair here. My enforcer. All right. The results of round 4, we do not have a nominee yet. Barnes, 7. Ketron, 5. Hornsby, 0. Lynch, 1. Perkins, 1. Tidwell, 0. We eliminate in this round Hornsby and Tidwell. All All right, folks, we're going to go to round 5, but before you cast your ballots, it's been suggested we take a 5-minute break and just sort of think about what you're going to do before we actually cast the ballots on the next one. We'll come in and have active discussion between the members of the commission, because I think we do at this point in time. We're close enough. Yeah, let's just take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to open the floor for discussion. 5-minute break, 5-minute break. The only applicants remaining are Barnes, Ketron, Lynch, and Perkins. After this round, we'll have discussion. If there's not an applicant passing on. Is that all of them? You want me to move it? Oh, I'm not doing that. For some reason, I think they'd arrest me if I tried to cover it. Two ballots left. Hopefully everybody will only have 2 ballots left in their packages. Except for Mr. McCarter, who still has 7 or 8 or 9. Is okay. And Commissioners, we now have a tie. Barnes 7, Ketron 7. We will be eliminating Lynch and Perkins. Does anybody wish to have any discussion at this point? Let's go one more round and see if we need to have discussion. This will be round 6. Please put a 6 at the top of the page. Vote for one only. The assistant secretary just jumped in.
I just got a few short remarks. I'd like to.
You need the keynote speaker. I mean, it's funny to see the back of your head where your hair's coming. Commissioners, we are going to have a round 7. This is not an auspicious start to my chairmanship. We're now tied. Barnes has 6. Ketron has 8. So we'll go one more round. My question is, do any members of the commission wish to say anything? Well, I'm seeing several starting to write out already, so let's go ahead and go round 7. Round 7.
Yes.
Bert, we may be using some of your ballots. Actually,
She has 2 packets.
because we can package. What? What'd you do wrong this time? Commissioners, have I got everybody here? Nope, there you are. They're making some more ballots. We have completed round 7. The vote on round 7 was the same as in round 6. 8 for Ketron, 6 for Barnes. We are now making some more ballots. As I said, this is a very inauspicious start to my tenure, to our 3 tenure, guys. Yeah, well, I did my part. Do you want to have? All right, there's been a suggestion that we ask the 2 remaining candidates to come up and speak. Do I have 2 minutes? Any objection from members of the commission? All right, we'll flip. Actually, if both of you guys would come on up here, we're going to flip a coin. That's the secretary's job. If you have a coin. Since I'm married, I never have any money. It's always in my... You have a coin? I just have... Exactly. Who's got a coin? You got a coin? All right. Now I'm going to let you flip it, and we'll let the lady go first.
We'll let the lady call.
Lady calls.
Do I let it hit the ground?
Why not?
Okay.
We are now exercising a brand new procedure. You welcome to Rutherford County. Okay. No. Whoever wins the toss will get to pick whether they want to go first or second. Heads. All right. So, Ms. Ketron, you go second. All right. Barnes, let me move my stuff for you.
Okay. Oh, you don't have a question, you just want me to speak?
Yeah, this is now you're doing, this is, we really, we've been a lot more formal, mainly because the cameras have been on.
Okay.
Relax, okay? You've been here all day long.
Yes.
You've been listening to it. Closing argument time here.
Oh, okay.
You're trying to close the deal
I see.
between. And we've never, and you don't have to. If you don't want to, you don't need to. But I mean, this is one of those, we're an uncharted, this is uncharted
Okay.
commission for 3.5 years.
Okay. Oh, and how much time am I limited to? 2 minutes, okay. Okay, let me say that there's a reason why I'm applying for this position. And there's a reason why I ran for the current judgeship that I'm in. And it's not because I've always wanted to be a judge. I can't say that. You know, I thought in college that I was going to be an English professor. But the closer I got to graduation, I started to realize that maybe that wasn't the profession that I was meant to go into. And I said a lot of prayers after college, trying to determine what was going to be the right fit for me. And when I went into law school, I really found where I felt like my calling was. I excelled in the study of law. I enjoyed it. I love research and analysis and application of the law. And I loved doing that as an advocate. But what I wanted to do with my life is I've always wanted to have fulfillment in my career, and I wanted to feel like I had purpose in my work. And so when the opportunity to serve came available in my community, in my city, I decided to go ahead and take the leap of faith to run for office because I wanted to serve. You know, my father and my mother spent their lives in service to volunteer organizations, to city council, and I drew my example from them. And so that is what I love about my job, that I can serve and that I can be in a position where I can do the right thing for the right case, and I can use my skills as a lawyer and what I thrived on, which was application and study of the law, in my work. And so that's why I've applied for this position, because I would love to be able to do that, not just citywide, but district-wide for Rutherford and Cannon County. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you really know how to make it a nerve-wracking experience, that's for sure. First off, absolutely honored that I've gotten this far and gotten this far with Judge Barnes. If there's any doubt in your mind, I can do this job. I will excel at this job, I assure you. Putting me through, I can assure you, will not ever, ever disappoint any of you. I will uphold the law, I will do it with fairness, and I will do it with dignity. I don't care what race, what gender, what age anyone is, they're going to get a fair shake. I'm young. I look around at people in the courthouse. I look around at people that are charged with crimes. I look around at people who are getting divorced. I can empathize with those people because they are my age. I know them. I don't always know what they're going through, but I know them. I assure you that I will do this job, and I will absolutely 100% excel at it. I want this job, and I want it more than anything. I want to do things with this position that judges here have not done before. We're going to take it to the community. It's their job. It's not mine. It's theirs, and we're going to let them understand what we do, because I think that's a huge problem in the law is they don't understand what lawyers, what judges, what clerks, what anybody does in our profession. I'm going to take it to them. They're going to understand, and they will, I hope, garner a new respect for what I do.
Members of the commission, this is round 8. Vote for 1. This is the most. We never done it before. Actually, uncharted water. Some. We can get some. Excuse me, if McCarthy's burnt. He's got. We're still short. Yeah. All right. Congratulations, Commission. Commissioners, we have gone through 8 rounds. We are now 7-7. At this point, I'm going to ask that we have a little deliberations and some discussion amongst the commissioners on the 2 remaining candidates. I think it's a tribute to both of them personally. And this is the first in this commission's existence that we've gone this far along and been this tied. So it says something for the applicants, and B, it says something for the commission itself. Does anyone wish to start the discussions out? Or are you all just going to stare at me? Please, Russell.
This is probably not going to help because I'm really saying nothing, but the only thing...
I've been saying it all day, so
I mean, trying to find some guidance here, looking at the Survey Monkey for what it's worth, these 2 applicants are at a virtual dead heat. Barnes' rating is 1.49, Catron's is 1.47. They're both equal on the do not recommend and no opinion. I would point out Barnes has a few more highly recommended, but Catron has a larger number of regular recommended or whatever you want to call it. So that's just to break the ice and get the discussion going for you, Mr. Chairman. That really doesn't reveal anything, but reflects what we're seeing amongst ourselves, that it's a dead heat on the survey and it's a dead heat on our voting as well.
Exactly. I was. Okay, let's relax a little bit. I mean, let's get back to the way we are when there's not a camera running. I mean, we need to relax. We're a little tight. I can feel it up here, and I can see it in everybody's eyes and in the body language. All right. Would it be easier just to go ahead and?
I think we need to talk a little more.
Okay, that's fine with me.
I don't mind. I'm afraid that if we vote again, we're not getting anywhere until some people talk and break the logjam here. Two people have to switch, or at least one person has to switch.
Yeah. Well, and we ran into this in Memphis, I seem to recall.
7 to 7, so one or two people have to switch.
Yeah.
But we did it. Yeah, went from 8 to 6 to 7 to 7.
So. I now know what a school teacher must feel like looking out into the classroom. At all those brilliant little minds.
We had some movement in the last ballot, correct?
Yeah, there was a little movement in the last one. So let's just run one more time and see what happens. All right. See if it's still moving. Okay. There's one less tree in the world because of Scott's particular. All right, I'm going to take that as a motion. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please, Madam Chairman.
As the most immediate past chair of this commission, I do want to say what I did say in the executive meeting today, is that the statute as written by the Tennessee legislature, when they created this new commission, it did say a part of the reasons that it was going to be created was to add diversity to the members of the commission, as well as to, and hopefully that will bring more diversity to the actual attorneys that are submitted to the governor. I will submit to my fellow commissioners that to be mindful of that provision in the statute, and also I do not know Mr. Catron. I don't know Ms. Barnes personally, but in past votes, we have given deference to sitting judges. Ms. Barnes is a judge. She has a proven record of having served the county of Rutherford. I guess Smyrna is part of that county. We've had members of our commission to say to speak of her demeanor as a judge. So I would just remind you of those comments that have been made today.
All right. They put the number on it for us, so even we can't mess it up this time. This is round 9. You will write the name of the person for whom you wish. It's either Barnes or Catron. That's his. Okay. Commissioners, we still do not have a candidate that has received sufficient votes. Barnes received 8 votes. Ketron received 6 after 9 rounds. Okay. Any comments from any commissioners before we go into round 10? Any comments? All right, we're now making ballots. We didn't anticipate going. We've already used them. They are so long gone. Round 10. Probably not. All right. This is impressive. We've now gone 10 rounds. The ballot is Barnes 8, Ketron 6. All right. Takes 9 to get out. Say again? Hey, listen. I don't want to be a judge. Does anybody want to say anything? Yes, sir. Commissioner Clem.
Very impressed with the entire slate of 13 candidates, and I'm very impressed with the 2 that have already passed on, and I think both of these candidates would be very qualified. A Sessions Court judge as well as an attorney who's done insurance defense for a number of years, tried a lot of jury trials, or at least some jury trials more than the Sessions judge. I liked both of them. I think they both do well. I can tell you just from the people I know that the local state legislators in this area strongly prefer Mr. Catron, and they've called me on his behalf. And I mean, based upon that recommendation, I would encourage y'all to consider that when you do your next vote.
Commissioners, we've gone through 11 rounds. The vote's the same as it was in 9, same as it was in 10. It's Barnes 8, Ketron 6. I'm impressed. 11 rounds. Actually 12 if you count the one whomever missed that one. So we will now go to round 12. Anybody want to break? Anybody want to say something? Keep voting. To Ms. Barnes and Mr. Ketron. Democracy is at work. It may not make you feel any better to hear that, but I want it's a compliment to both of you. So hang in there, guys. Thank you, sir. Are they getting advertisements for this? Do we get any money? Yeah, be careful. You might be careful what you jokingly said.
Commissioners, I know that you know this, but I just want to reiterate it, is that, our job is to submit, the statute says, the 3 most qualified candidates that we feel. It is still the governor's decision to decide who that person will be as judge. So the 3 names we submit are the 3 names that he will consider, but it's still his final decision.
I feel like I'm at a fraternity meeting the way you just did that.
It's a new regime.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, my fraternity house used to be real close to here, so. I'll wait for Ms. Lee to sit back down. All right. After 12 rounds of voting, we finally have a nominee. The third and final is Ms. Barnes received 9 votes, and Mr. Ketron received 5. We now have our 3 nominees, the names to submit to the governor. I want to thank each and every one of you all for being here today. Now, having concluded that, do I have a motion to adjourn? I have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? There is a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Okay.